Thank you. Please be seated. Honorable members, I wish to announce to the House that Mr. C.V. Mahlangu has been appointed to the post of Undersecretary, House Plenaries with effect from the 1st of July 2014. In that capacity, he is responsible for procedural and related support services to plenary meetings of the National Assembly. We now come to notices of motion. Does any member wish to give notice of a motion? Who's saying yes? Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Speaker. ANC deplores crimes against women and children. The African National Congress is applauded and strongly condemns the growing incidents involving the killing and maiming of women and children, particularly in recent weeks. The ANC strongly believes that this growing and inexplicable phenomenon has no justification and place in our society. Therefore, the ANC continues to prioritize incidents of crimes perpetuated against women and children by pursuing...
Speaker? Yeah. Speaker, I think the member's reading out a statement and not a motion.
Yes, honorable member, it actually is true. It sounds like a statement. Okay. And maybe you can raise it when we come to statements.
Thank you, Chair.
Any other person wishing to? Yes, honorable member.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates protection and strengthening of LGBTI rights following the brutal murder and rape of a lesbian woman, Disebo Makau, in Ventersdorp, Northwest, in what is believed to be a hate crime. While South Africa was the first country in the world to prohibit...
Honorable member, you are also reading out what sounds like a statement.
It's a motion.
No.
I do so move.
We know emotion when we hear one. Okay, there's someone over there.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debate ensuring energy security and promoting clean and renewable sources of energy supply. Thank you.
These are notices of motion. Right at the back.
Honorable Speaker, I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates the role that South African men can play in ensuring an end to violence against women and children.
Honorable Shibambu.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. We move as the AFF that in its next sitting, the House debates the need for legislation on base erosion, transfer pricing, and profit shifting.
I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the near collapse of the African Bank and considers whether appropriate regulation is in place to prevent further contagion. Thank you.
Yes, honorable member at the back.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates the role that South African men can play in ensuring an end to violence against women and children. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates transformation of the structure of our economy to increase women participating and their access to economic opportunity.
Honorable Member.
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of the African National Congress that in its next sitting, the House debates assessing the strategies used to retain and recruit health professionals in the country to prevent those seeking opportunities abroad. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. I move on behalf of the NFP that in the next sitting of this House deliberate on the question of the negative impact of cadre deployment in municipalities and projects awarded to friends, family members, and relatives of those employed in municipalities, as the recent report of the Auditor General stated. I so move.
Honorable Member.
Thank you. The Honorable Speaker, I move on behalf of the EFF that in the next sitting, the House must debate the need for national minimum wage to address the wage imbalances. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates ways to encourage public and private investment in research and development in the field of science and technology, and the role that research and development can play in economic growth and job creation, given the fact that South Africa spends less than 1% of GDP on research and development.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you,
Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at its next sitting, this House debates the state of government buildings and come up with a solution to properly maintain them. I thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Member from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. On behalf of economic freedom fighters, I hereby move that in its next sitting, the House debates the percentage of locally beneficiated and industrialized mineral resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member, I can't tell which party.
Cope.
Cope.
Thank you, Speaker. I move on behalf of a Congress of the People that the House debates the social, economic and safety consequences of a crumbling infrastructure of South African cities due to poor governance, dangerous neglect, waste of resources, continued cadre deployment and rampant corruption in the corridors of power. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates assessing the strategies used to retain and recruit health professionals in the country so as to prevent those seeking opportunities abroad. So I move.
Yes, Honorable Member of the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move that in the next sitting, the House debates the relocation of Parliament to Pretoria to reduce logistical challenges. I so move.
Honorable Member over there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I move on behalf of the Nkandla Freedom Party that at the next sitting of the House debates the concerning situation of our municipalities with regards to the findings of the Auditor General.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that at the next sitting, this House debates the need to include dedicated cruise liner infrastructure in the Department's National Tourism Strategy in line with the mandate of the National Development Plan that has earmarked tourism as the only sustainable job-creating sector in the economy. Thank you.
We seem to have exhausted. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move on behalf of the ANC that in its next sitting, the House debates supporting and promoting the well-being of senior citizens so that they can meaningfully participate in society. Thank you.
Any other notices of motion? Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move on behalf of the National Freedom Party that at the next sitting of this House, we debate the amount of 600 million rand that was not paid within 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dudley.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move on behalf of the ACDP that the House debates the need to provide for paternity leave and to review provisions for maternity leave. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Very relevant issue. Any other notices of motion? Okay, we now come to motions without notice. Are there any motions without notice? Honorable Dlagude.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes that on Tuesday, the 12th of August 2014, the Minister of Arts and Culture, Honorable Nathi Mthethwa, led a delegation to the United States of America to bring back the remains of the renowned anti-apartheid journalist Nat Nakasa for burial at home on South African soil. Further note that this comes after the Supreme Court of the New York had granted permission for the remains of Nakasa to be returned home. Recalls that Nathaniel Ndazana Nakasa was born in 1937 in Chesterville, KwaZulu-Natal, and distinguished himself as a transcendent voice in the world of journalism during the 1950s and early 1960s. Further recalls that he was the first black columnist of the Rand Daily Mail, and in 1963 he founded The Classic, the first black-owned literary journal in South Africa. Remembers that Nakasa was granted the prestigious Nieman Fellowship for Journalism at Harvard University in the US, but the apartheid government denied him a visa, and as a result, he was forced to leave South Africa on an exit permit in 1964, which meant that he could not return. Further remembers that after a long career of writing and acting in exile, he became homesick, depressed, and committed suicide in New York in 1965. Acknowledges that the South African government has been involved in the efforts to return Nakasa's remains to home soil for the past 2 years, and thanks the Department of Arts and Culture as the custodian of the nation's memory for playing a leading role in the efforts to rebury Nat Nakasa's remains on home soil. I thank you.
Are there any objections to the motion without notice?
Yes, Speaker.
Who is that? Where is the person who's saying there is an objection? There's no one. Was it a mistake? Okay. So the motion has been agreed to. We now come to the first motion on the order paper. Oh, there are other motions without notice. All right. I see the House was missing the opportunity to talk. Yes, Honorable Member?
Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
I allow the Honorable Member from the DA.
Thanks, Honorable Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes the incredible performance of Team South Africa at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. Further notes that Team South Africa made our country proud by winning a total of 40 medals, including 13 gold, 10 silver, and 17 bronze medals, respectively. Acknowledges that this is 7 medals more than the total of 33 medals that was won by Team South Africa at the 2010 Games. congratulates Team South Africa for this magnificent achievement and further congratulates Mr. Charlie Tlo on becoming only the second person in history to win an incredible 7 medals during a single edition of the Commonwealth Games.
I'm sure the House agrees to this motion without notice, so the motion was agreed to. Other notices of motions without notice? Honorable Dlagute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes with sadness the death of the Nelson Mandela Metro Ward Councillor Buisile Mkavu, who was shot dead in Uitenhage on the 2nd of August 2014. Further note that Mkavu, who fought tirelessly for service and the housing needs for the city's destitute, and vowed earlier this year that he would continue doing so, died at the scene of the shooting. Remembers that Mkavu was a young, dynamic, and vibrant politician who led a task team to intervene in the violence in Motherwell, Port Elizabeth. Recalls that he had been head of the Human Settlement Committee. Believes that the ANC has lost a visionary leader who spearheaded developments in dispatch and Uitenhage to ensure that more projects are included in the 7-year housing turnaround strategy, and strongly believed in improving communication channels with the community. We convey our deepest condolences to his family, his friends, and the broader Nelson Mandela Bay populace, and calls on the South African Police Services to bring the culprits to book. I thank you.
Any objections to the motion without notice? No objections. The motion has been agreed to. Honorable Chief Whip of the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the House, welcome you back. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House, 1, notes that between the 5th to the 15th of August 2014, South Africa's debating team competed at the 26th Annual World Schools Debating Championship held in Bangkok, Thailand. 2, further notes that Team South Africa reached the final of the championships and narrowly lost out to Team England in the grand final. 3, acknowledges that the World Schools Debating Championship aims to not only encourage healthy debate and free speech, but also promotes international understanding. 4, further acknowledges that South Africa has participated in every World Schools Debating Championship since 1998, and that our teams have consistently performed well. We congratulate the incredibly talented pupils who flew our nation's flag high: Joshua Brumberg, Kate Dewey, Rachel Gardner, Sadia Mayet, and Sam Musker. And we also congratulate the head coach Luke Churchyard, as well as assistant coaches Piwe Salukazana and Alicia Kunene on their team's remarkable achievement.
The motion without notice must be agreed to. Honorable member from the EFF.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. On behalf of the economic freedom fighters, I rise to move without notice to the House that the House notes that on the 13th of August 2014, the Constitutional Court issued an order dismissing the attempts by the disgraced IEC chairperson to appeal the order of the Electoral Court to Parliament to set in motion impeachment processes against her as per judgment issued on the 18th July 2014. Further notes, these judgments of the 2 honorable courts are on record and accordingly vindicates the public protector's findings that of the Treasurer's forensic report on the conduct of the IEC chairperson with regard to the procurement of the offices for the IEC whilst she was still the CEO of IEC. Further notes that the adverse...
Point of order, Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Honorable Speaker, my understanding is that the IEC chairperson's appointment is dependent on the House. And therefore, any statement that reflects on her capacity to hold office is contrary. Therefore, it needs to be processed through the proper committee. And therefore, the statement that is read by EFF is out of order and should not be allowed.
In fact, when you want to raise a motion without notice, you have to process it to make sure it doesn't raise disagreement and tension, and so it's not what you raise in a motion without notice. Sure. And so we have to be patient with one another. Let us see if there's any other motion without notice. Yes, Honorable Member, you've long been asking for an opportunity.
Thank you very much. I hereby move on behalf of Democratic Alliance that this House notes that a Kailicha entrepreneur and founder of Cellular Uluto Technologies, Mr. Luvuyo Khani, has been nominated for an award at the Junior Chamber International in Germany. Further notes that he has been nominated in the category of business, economic, and entrepreneur accomplishment. Acknowledges that they started Cellular Uluto Technology 10 years ago from the boot of his car, and today has 32 stores providing IT and business services to clients around the country. Further acknowledges that Junior Chamber International Annual honors 10 outstanding people under the age of 40 for services, innovation, determination, and revolution thinking. Congratulate Mr. Khani on this extraordinary achievement and wish him the best of luck in his future endeavor. I thank you.
Any objection? No objection agreed to. Any other notice of or motion without notice? Can I recognize the honorable member whose hand I had already recognized? Yes.
Thanks, Chair. I rise on behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters for this House to note that last Saturday we observed the second anniversary of the Marikana massacre, where workers were brutally murdered for demanding a living wage, and that it is 2 years and the families have not yet seen justice. We also further note that the Economic Freedom Fighters have taken upon itself to build houses for some of the widows, to buy school uniform for children, and to refurbish some of their houses, because those widows continue to exist under deplorable conditions after their caregivers or those who support them has been murdered.
No. Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
Madam Speaker, I was upbraided quite severely in this House last week for not circulating these motions beforehand. And I was informed it's convention in Parliament that we circulate these motions amongst parties to ensure that we are in agreement with them before they come to the House. And that is parliamentary practice.
Yes.
And I would ask that that after my upbraiding last week, that an even hand is applied.
I think we should agree that our colleagues from the EFF are learning slowly, and you know, you need to be patient. That's why I allowed the honorable member to go on, so I could make sure that I'm hearing what he is saying. But I'm glad he's taking it in good spirit.
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Shibambu.
In terms of the parliamentary rules that which you have read thoroughly and understand, possibly better than you do, is that motions without notice can be raised by all members of parliament. The practice is not law. It's not a rule, it's not a binding obligation.
Honorable Shibambu,
right as the EFF
you have to raise
raise
your points and your views on rules of parliament in the appropriate forum.
But there is no such
you
rule that we
you
have got to
can't,
raise in terms of
Honorable
this particular
Shibambu,
issue.
come and argue with us in the House. When we practice rules, we have practiced from time immemorial of this parliament. So please go to rules committee meetings or to the meetings of the Chief Whips Forum so that you can engage with your colleagues from different political parties and viewpoints, and then you might get to a point where people understand and agree with you. If not, and you come to the House and want to argue, you are not creating a good spirit in the House, Honorable Shibambu.
Honorable Speaker, I
And-
was pointing to you the fact that there is no rule that says that it is
Honorable
compulsory to consult
Shibambu,
on
I'm
these rules.
conducting the business of the House, and I need you to cooperate and let us get on with the business of the House. Is there any other motion?
Speaker. Honourable Speaker.
Honorable Shibambu?
Honourable Speaker,
In fact,
thank you, sir.
he suddenly looked like Honorable Shibambu.
No, I don't. Honourable Speaker, I just want clarity. I just need clarity with regard to what just happened, because a motion without notice, the intention is that the House then agrees to that motion. And that motion that was not circulated cannot be put to the House. I'm not sure if the impression is that the House agreed to it, because if it was not circulated, then I would like to object to that motion. Thank you.
No, honorable member, it was not agreed to, because remember, the chief whip of the DA immediately rose and reminded us what happened to him. So we immediately were trying to persuade our colleagues for us to move on, because indeed it was not properly processed. A motion without notice. Honorable Chief Whip?
Honorable Shibambu strictly is correct. Surprise, surprise. No, don't be in a hurry to agree. Here is the point. If Honorable Shibambu wanted the House to agree, because basically all of us represent constituencies here and the whole nation. So if you want a House to agree on a particular path or issue, you want to circulate the motion you intend raising, so that you have no objection from any party. Because once a motion without notice is objected to, it is dead.
Okay. Any
Honorable
other
Speaker.
motion without notice? You want to raise another motion without notice, or you want to argue?
No, just to emphasize that the chief whip of the majority party is speaking to the rules of this House. There are traditions. We don't have
Honorable
to agree on motions.
Shibambu,
all
we
of
are
us,
not
yes.
having a debate about the rules. Right now, you have not circulated your notice, your motion without notice ahead of time. You have not done that.
But Honorable
So,
Speaker-
Honorable Shibambu, take your seat. Take
Honorable
your
Speaker,
seat,
it's not
because I'm not
compulsory
debating.
to do so.
I'm not allowing you to have a debate on this matter now. Yes, honorable member?
Speaker, the issue of... on the-
Honorable member, sit down. Take a seat, because you are not raising a motion without notice. We now move on from the motions without notice, because I'm not seeing any other hand. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes that that 3-year-old Luke Tibet, who was struck by a bullet in a gang-related shooting in Westbury, Johannesburg, recently has died. Further notes that the toddler was in a critical condition and has been on life support for a week before he succumbed to his injuries on Friday, the 8th of August, 2014.
Order, Speaker. The notice without motion has not been circulated. So there's nothing that has been circulated.
Okay.
So she can also sit down like all of us. Thank you.
Okay, you've made your point, and you can take your seat. But as you will learn, honorable member, as you will learn, there will be issues of society where somebody has died, somebody has been killed.
On a point of order, Speaker, you can't.
Honorable member, when
Speaker.
I am talking, you don't raise a point of order. I am conducting the affairs of this House, and you are not going to disrupt me. Just don't do it. come to terms with it, accept it. That's how we conduct the business of this house.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Shibambu,
Yes.
allow me to finish what I'm saying.
Oh, and then you'll note me afterwards.
Take a seat.
Please note me after you're done.
Take
speaking.
a
Yes.
seat. Take a seat. There are issues, honorable member, that in your own reasonable mind, there cannot be an argument about people who have been killed, someone who has died, a child that has been killed by an adult. There cannot be an argument about that, about the fact that our humanity says there's no debate about it. We all don't agree that any person must kill a child. So why are we going to make that issue a politicking point? Just finish what you were saying, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, here we have a problem. The honorable members of the AFF, they don't circulate their motions without notice. We are in a practice of circulating, and we don't circulate to that honorable member, we circulate to the chief whip of the AFF. He does a tit for tat purely because they could not read an uncirculated motion when ours was circulated. So that is why we think it is not a valid point to say that our motion was not circulated when indeed it was circulated. It's about a 3-year-old toddler, anyway.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Shibambu, please take your
But you're
seat.
running these rules on different rules for different people.
Take your
Because
seat.
It's not true what
Take
the chief whip
your
is saying, that
seat.
those motions are circulated.
Honorable Shibambu,
There
take
was
your
no
seat.
motion circulated. We never received any motion
Take your seat,
circulated.
Honorable Shibambu. You don't have the right to be on the floor. I want the Deputy Chief Whip here to finish reading her motion without notice on the 3-year-old.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes that the 3-year-old Luke Tibet, who was struck by a bullet in a gang-related shooting in Westbury, Johannesburg, recently has died. Further notes that the toddler was in a critical condition and has been on life support for a week before he succumbed to his injuries on Friday, the 8th of August, 2014. Recalls that the incident sparked widespread outrage across the country and has prompted calls for harsher penalties to be taken against those who commit crimes against children. Acknowledges that two people have been charged in connection with the shooting, and we convey our condolences to the Tibet's family and calls for people to respect the family's request for privacy. I thank you.
The House agrees on the motion without notice. Honorable members, I want to pass now so that we move to the person. Where's the one more? Honorable Kalyan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby move on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House notes that Dr. Navanidham Pillai's term as the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights has come to an end. Further notes that Dr. Pillai comes from very humble beginnings in Durban, where she obtained her Bachelor of Arts in 1963, followed by an LLB in 1995. Recalls that she went on to become the first South African to obtain a doctorate in law from the Harvard Law School. Further recalls that Dr. Pillai had a passion for working with and for anti-apartheid activists and helped expose poor conditions of political detainees, one of whom was former President Nelson Mandela. Acknowledges that she was nominated as a High Court judge by Nelson Mandela and later appointed as judge of the International Criminal Court. Further acknowledges that as the founder of the non-governmental organization Equality Now, she was an advocate for women's rights and also worked tirelessly on issues relating to children, detainees, and victims of torture and domestic violence. Recognizes that Dr. Pillay was nominated by the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon to the UN General Assembly on the 24th of July 2008, and that she used this platform to drive many human rights issues, including the gay rights resolution approved in 2011 by the UN Human Rights Council. Wishes Dr. Pillay well in her well-deserved retirement. She is a woman of great stature, and her rise to fame has been nothing short of phenomenal. We trust that she will enjoy many lazy days on the beaches of Durban, but hope that she will avail herself and her incomparable experience to the world at large. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And that motion has been agreed to. And we now move to the first motion in the order paper. The first item on the order paper is a motion in the name of the Chief Whip of the majority party. The Honorable the Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, I move that the House, notwithstanding Rule 29, which provides for the sequence of proceedings, limits the business for the sitting of the 21st of August 2014 on questions to the President. I so move.
I put the motion. Are there any objections? There are no objections about the 21st of August. The second motion on the order paper is also in the name of the Chief Whip. Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, I move that the House notes that a report by the President of the Republic of South Africa to the Speaker regarding the security upgrades at Nkandla private residence of the President was tabled on the 14th of August on ATC, and establishes an ad hoc committee to consider the report by the President, to make recommendations where applicable, exercise those powers set out in Rule 138 of the Rules of the National Assembly that are necessary to carry out its task. Consists of 11 members as follows: the ANC 6, DA 2, EFF 1, and other parties 1. Other parties 2. And report to the House by no later than the 24th of October 2014.
I now put the motion. Are there any objections?
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to move an amendment to the motion.
Yes.
May I do so?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I move to amend the motion as follows: that the House insert after paragraph 2B a new paragraph C, D, and E to state: C, the Public Protector's Report, report number 25 of 2013-2014. D, the reports of the Special Investigating Unit established in terms of Proclamation R59-2013 and the submission of the President thereto. And E, all other relevant information or submission in this regard. I do so, Madam Speaker, because I don't believe it's possible for us to discuss the response of the President without having a sight in this Parliament of what he's responding to. And so this motion of amendment seeks to address that deficiency, so that the committee will have those reports with them to be able to go through them and then to take the President's response to those and do that assessment. I so move.
Honorable Chief Whip of the DA, I would like you to submit your proposed amendments in writing. Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Steenhuisen is spoiling for a fight.
Honorable Chief Whip, may I first put the amendment, then I can take your input. So, honorable members, the amendment has been put before the House. Now, I have the amendment here, or the proposed amendment in writing. And I believe it would assist the process now of considering this amendment to the motion, if you yourself and other members had the copy of the proposed amendment. Honorable Chief Whip.
The reason why I say that the Honorable Steenhuisen is spoiling for a fight, Rule 138 specifically says they will exercise all those powers necessary for them to do their work. They cover all this. So what is the problem?
Okay, honorable members, I put the amendment to you.
Point of order. Madam Speaker, I really don't I appreciate being told I'm spoiling for a fight. I'm trying to assist the procedural errors that are being made by the Honourable Chief Whip's motion. So I'm actually trying to assist him. The bottom line is that we submitted a draft resolution as well.
Let me just put your amendment to the House. Then, you know, we can open for people to comment on the amendment. There's an amendment proposed by the DA which is before the House. And I think that's what we need to focus on. Here is an amendment put to the House from the DA to the House. May I hear the comments of the House on how we deal with the amendment? Honorable Mulder?
Madam Speaker, may I address you on the amendment?
Yes.
What I would like to suggest, Madam Speaker, is that this is rather a very important thing that comes in front of this Parliament, and we all are very much aware of that. My concern is that we have not discussed this whole process in terms of bringing an ad hoc committee now since the President's reply in any political structure such as the Chief Whip's Forum, anything. The motion on the order paper has come out of the blue. It was not discussed with other opposition parties. And all I'm suggesting is I do not think we should act over hastily and make a mistake. So if the Chief Whip suggests to the House that what the amendment proposes are explicitly included, that the committee will obviously have to look at all those reports, then we can find a way forward. But I'm not sure that's the case because we have not had any political interaction between the parties.
Honorable Mulder, we received the report of the President on Thursday. The table staff contacted the Speaker immediately, and I gave them an instruction as to how to proceed with the matter. And the matter was taken to the announcements, tablings, and committees, which is the normal space where we put to everybody the issues that come to Parliament. We're now having the first sitting of the House. You are suggesting that there should have been a political engagement somewhere. The letter and the report was addressed to the Speaker, not to any other forum. And I have since brought the matter immediately to the House, as quickly as I could. I don't know what you are talking about when you say it should have been taken to some political forum and so on. Here is the ATC, which is the channel through which we bring issues of this nature to the attention, not only of parliamentarians, but also of the public. So it is the right of the House to consider the next step. I don't know now what you say we should have rather done so that you should have discussed what. The matter is addressed to me. I now bring it to the House. And I'm saying here is an amendment from the DA. I am saying the House should address itself to how do we proceed? We are putting here the opportunity of an ad hoc committee for Parliament to correctly address the matter, where every party that is represented here will be able to make an input.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I address you?
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I accept what you are saying. In terms of the rules, if the House was in an adjournment, then it was possible for the Speaker herself to appoint the ad hoc committee, but the Speaker did not do so because the House is not in adjournment. And in terms of the rules, then the House must take such a decision, and that's correct. That's why it's in front of the House today. I think the concern basically deals with the mandate of the committee to be set up. And all I'm suggesting is that the fact that the amendment does not come from the ruling party does not mean that it's not an improvement on the amendment. And I think it will assist the ad hoc committee if that amendment be accepted, because it will take the process forward in that sense. And I would then ask that the amendment be supported because it will make it easier for us all to do our job. Thank you.
Honorable Shibambu.
Honorable Speaker, if indeed what the Chief Whip of the majority party is saying is correct, that Rule 138 encapsulates the fact that the ad hoc committee is going to discuss the report of the public protector and the SIU report, I don't think there will be a problem with that, because that is what the DA is basically requesting, that let us discuss the reports, because we can't just discuss the response of the president to the reports that we are not given a mandate in the ad hoc committee to discuss. So I think it's a simple issue that we have to deal with, that if we have to discuss the response of the president, we should be able to discuss the reports that the president is responding to. Also, the additional report that comes from the SIU. I don't think there will be a problem with that.
Are you therefore arguing in support of the amendment? That's what I'm asking.
I'm arguing in support of the amendment, and if that Rule 138 encapsulates that, we can leave it like that, but with noting the fact that the ad hoc committee will discuss the two reports as well outside the response of the president.
Okay, that makes your position clear. Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, in fairness to the governing party, I did receive a telephone call yesterday afternoon to say that there would be a motion being moved. I then received a letter from the NA table, because what we had done is submitted a motion as well for the order paper, which was in time. I then received correspondence from the table telling me that, in fact, the ANC, the Chief Whip, had moved a motion that was similar in nature. And I was quite comfortable with that, but when we see the motion, and it specifically excludes the Public Protector's report and the SIU reports, which the President is responding to, I become very uncomfortable. Also, I just refer your attention, Madam Speaker, to Rule 214(4)(a) specifically, which says that when an ad hoc committee is established by this House, it must specify the task assigned to the committee. And I would say to you that by excluding the Public Protector's report and by excluding the SIU reports, to which the President's response is a response to, that we are not sufficiently specifying the task. And we leave then an open-ended situation where we could end up with a result that this House never intended. And so I'm asking particularly the Chief Whip to please accept these amendments in the spirit in which they're being made. They're being made to assist the process and to ensure that we close this chapter, that we have answers on it, we close this chapter in our history and move forward with sufficient answers, and not prolong this issue any further. And so I'm making that appeal in the spirit of that. Thank you.
So the Chief Whip of the DA is of the view that he is firmly putting an amendment to help the process. Honorable Singh.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The amendment that has been proposed by the DA amplifies, in my view, the mandate of the committee and the documents which the committee needs to look at. Now, if the Honorable Chief Whip of the majority party is saying to this House that Rule 138 provides for all those documents and any other relevant information to be placed before the committee, then we will accept that if that's what the rule says. But I think we've got to hear from the Chief Whip of the majority party that indeed the documents that are being requested for us to do justice to this ad hoc committee will be made available for the committee to do its work.
Honorable Dudley.
The ACDP supports the amendment, but is also open to hearing the explanation of the relevant rule. Thank you.
Honorable Chief Whip.
The lawyers would advise the parties that an express mention of some exclusively removes the rest. Now, they want us to enumerate specifically how many reports should be tabled. When the rule 138, if you read it here, it opens the gate completely wide open to everything and anything. So why would you want to amend the rule? If you want us to exclude other actions by the committee, then we can sit here and list the things that could be tabled there. The rule 138 even goes further to say they determine their own procedure. They will listen to other people coming to them. This rule is open. It's more open than the Chief Whip. You see, the problem here is that the DA went to the media and promised them that we intend killing our own ad hoc committee that we are moving. And that is why they're opposed to our proposal. Our proposal that we're making wide open, as this rule book is saying. What is the problem? We oppose the amendment.
Honorable Shivambu, and then I'm just going to have to put this thing to a vote. Honorable Shivambu.
Honorable Speaker, this thing is very simple. I don't think we must stay on it for a very long time. I don't think the ANC is saying that the report of the public protector and the report of the SIU are not going to be discussed there. So now that there's assurance that are going to be discussed, let's proceed with the motion as is. I don't think there's a problem. And then part of the committee mandate will be to then deal with the report of the public protector and the SIU, as long as this House agrees that this is the interpretation of Rule 138. Thanks.
I'm allowing the honorable member, I believe from the NFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I think that motion is absolutely clear. The ad hoc committee has the right to call whoever they want and call for whatever necessary documentation in order to complete that investigation. So any amendment, I think, is a futile exercise, Honorable Chairperson. So on that basis, we will not support it. Thank you.
Your amendment is before us, and I've allowed you before to further motivate, which we have no doubt were confused about what you are saying. We are now exercising a process to persuade members, and the House is debating. Some are saying we don't agree, others are saying go with the motion as it is because it doesn't oppose what you are saying. So do allow us to exercise that right for other honorable members to express their feelings and their views and their understanding of what's before us. Do address me, but I am now going to limit your right to keep addressing me on the issue which is here before us.
Madam Speaker, it's in response to what has arisen in the debate, and that's why I felt it was necessary for me to address you again, and particularly around Rule 138. The amendments do not exclude any of the provisions of 138. In fact, they are supplementary to those amendments. And so therefore, there's no harm to 138 if those amendments are moved, but it does provide the committee with the direction in terms that it needs, in terms of the reports that it must interrogate, against which to measure the President's response. What you do by not allowing the amendment to go through is that you leave the gates open for those reports to not be considered. And that, I believe, is far more damaging to the process than by allowing the amendments to proceed.
I think, honorable members, the House is considering whether this motion brought to the House by the Chief Whip is not a mechanism for Parliament to have some of its own to sit where you will be represented if you will not be there in person. What is your fear? That when you get there, well, you'll probably be outvoted here. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and let the ad hoc committee do its job. I really think we're not doing service to honorable members that are going to be sent by various parties not to trust them to do their job properly. I don't see how we can sit here and when we look around, we think there are some honorable members here that we can't trust. That they'll get there and not do their job. Honorable members, I really have to now, if it seems we can't just agree that we go with the motion, I want to put the amendment for decision now. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. And those against the amendment, no. I think it's obvious, the noes have it. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip of the DA.
Madam Speaker, it's not the members of this House we don't trust, it's Latuli House we don't trust. We therefore call for a division. Thank you.
Okay, honorable members, the bells will be rung for 5 minutes so that honorable members will have an opportunity to make declarations. is to actually record our positions through voting. And honorable members, I would like to remind you that you may only vote from your allocated seat. Make sure your name is there. Make sure you are in the right seat. And when requested, only when requested, simply indicate your vote by pressing the appropriate button below, either the yes if you want to support the amendment, or no if you don't want to support the amendment. If inadvertently you press the wrong button, if you press the wrong button and you realize that, simply press the correct button. And the last one that you have pressed is going to be recorded. The earlier one, which was mistakenly pressed, will simply be deleted. Honorable members, the question before the House is that the amendment be agreed to. Now, I want to make sure that everybody is in their allocated seats. If we are all in our allocated seats, voting will now commence. And I want to make sure with the staff that's assisting the voting that the voting system has been activated. Those in favor of the amendment should press the yes button. Those against should press the no button. Those wishing to abstain should press the abstain button. Have all members voted? Okay. Thank you. The voting session is now closed. Is there a problem with the voting mechanism? If there is, raise your hand so the staff can assist you. Okay, just put your name down so that the table staff will put your names where you have liked to vote. Bring your names forward. Order, the results of the voting on the proposed amendment are as follows. There are 401 honorable members authorized to vote. Eh? Honorable members, the machines are the ones that are now confusing us. The results are as follows. The yes, 104. Those who voted for the amendment. The noes, 196. And so I now put the motion as moved by the Chief Whip of the majority party. Are there any objections to the motion?
Madam Speaker,
Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, in the last intervention made by the Chief Whip, he amended his resolution by adding and listing all those particular organizations. Has that amendment been recorded in Hansard so that we can hold him to that? And does that now form part of this resolution?
The Chief Whip did not propose an amendment to the motion. He simply elaborated on what he has been trying to do to make you relax and accept his assurances about allowing the ad hoc committee to sit and apply its mind and agree on what it wants to deal with. And so we have dealt with that issue, Honorable Member, and we are proceeding now to go back to the original motion. And I now want to put the question again. Those in favor will say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. And so the motion is therefore agreed to. Because we've gone through this whole process. We now come to the next motion, which is the condolence motion. And I just want to take this opportunity, honorable members, as we come to that motion on the order paper, to say I think it's important that as members of this House, we pause to appreciate how a moment like this, when we lose one of us, sad as it is, tends to bind us together as a collective in the true spirit of Ubuntu. It is important that as a nation, we do not let such moments pass fleetingly without reflecting on them. Indeed, we must appreciate their significance, especially within the context of nation building. Dr. Oriani-Ambrosini came from a family, he came from a community, he came from a political party. He was a brave man. And that is what will live on in this House when we remember his contribution, in particular the one we've been seeing in images on television. I just wanted to say those few words as I recognize Honorable Singh from the IFP.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, and thank you for those sentiments that you expressed. I hereby wish to move that this House notes with great sadness the passing away of Nkandla Freedom Party Member of Parliament, Dr. Mario Gaspare Oriani-Ambrosini, after his long and courageous battle with terminal lung cancer on 16 August 2014 at the age of 53. Further notes that Dr. Oriani-Ambrosini was born in Rome, Italy, and was recruited by Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi to the IFP after they had met at a United Nations Security Council meeting in 1991. Remembers that Dr. Oriani-Ambrosini served as special advisor to the Minister of Home Affairs under the political leadership of Prince Buthelezi, and subsequently as an IFP MP since 2009. Further remembers that Dr. Oriani-Ambrosini was an ardent advocate and defender of human rights and democracy, both within our borders and internationally. Acknowledges Dr. Oriani-Ambrosini's immense contribution to the establishment of our constitutional dispensation, his unwavering and tireless ability to challenge conventional thought, dogma, and imposed limitations. Further acknowledges that whilst terminally ill, Dr. Oriani-Ambrosini still had the tenacity of spirit to draft and introduce the Medical Innovation Bill in the hope of offering alternative relief to the many thousands of terminally ill South Africans who have been given no hope by established medicine. And finally, conveys its heartfelt condolences to his widow, Karin, who is here in the House, his son, Luke, who is also in the House, his mother and family, friends, constituency, and the community at large. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Member. May we now request Honorable Buthelezi to address the House.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members in the Ambrosini family in the gallery, thank you for the many kind words that have been spoken to me, to my party, and to the family of the Honorable Mario Oriani-Ambrosini since his passing on Saturday. We have been flooded with tributes to a man who clearly made a deep impression on many lives. From citizens who appreciated his fight on their behalf against the secrecy bill, to His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, on behalf of the Tibetan people, from service officers in Parliament to ambassadors, journalists, students, and lovers of freedom everywhere. Tributes and words of thanks have abounded for the good doctor. We in the IFP feel this loss deeply. Dr. Ambrosini was a national treasure, but one of family rooted, of course, in his party, the Nkandla Freedom Party. His loyalty to me, to the party, never wavered. This was his home. We were a family. Today, I weep for the loss of a son. When the history of the Fourth Parliament is written, it will no doubt be said that the Fourth Parliament of South Africa was an Ambrosini Parliament. It was characterized and often even shaped by his actions. At the first sitting of the Fourth Parliament, the Honorable Dr. Ambrosini rose for the first time in this House, but not to deliver a maiden speech or a member statement. He rose on a massive point of order, which he had given to the Speaker in advance, challenging the validity of the rules of Parliament. That set the scene for a 3-year court battle, pitting the principal conviction of one man against the established authority of the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, no less the son of our icon, Mr. Walter Sisulu. The Honorable Dr. Ambrosini acted for no financial gain and certainly at risk of tremendous financial loss. But he acted on principle. And when it came to principle, Dr. Ambrosini was like a pit bull. Many feared failure and advised him to surrender, even in the IFP. But he saw it through all the way to the Constitutional Court and won for every member sitting in this House today, and to every member who will sit in these seats in the future, the right to introduce legislation in the National Assembly. He kicked open a door for all of us to do our jobs better, and we need to do our jobs. The last sitting of the Fourth Parliament was dedicated to a debate on cancer treatment, which the Honorable Dr. Ambrosini had called and led. He was already months into his own journey of fighting terminal lung cancer, diagnosed out of the blue in April 2013. This, he said, was not a fight he chose, it chose him. But true to character, he drew his own battle lines and took this disease not only for his own survival, but with the goal of destroying the grip of cancer entirely for everyone. He studied and researched, engaging the best minds, and didn't shy away from using his own body for experimental treatment wherever he felt there was plausible science to support hope. What he sought was an alternative treatment to the mainstream, for he realized that the current scientific paradigm around cancer had been proven wrong by its failure to save millions of lives. The question then can be asked, did he succeed? He extended his life far beyond the prediction of doctors. He maintained a quality of life when he should already have been dead. And he maintained clarity of mind right up to the end. He was able to make his own decisions consciously and fully cognizant of all the consequences. He was able to spend quality time with friends and loved ones. His memory remained exceptional, and his thoughts and emotions remained at his own command. Countless families have watched their loved ones suffer the ravages of conventional cancer treatment, unable to communicate or share quality time in the last days and weeks. I believe they might rightly say, yes, he succeeded. He also succeeded in showing us the way to another door that needs to be kicked open, and he provided the method to do it. Through his medical innovation bill, he showed us how to help all these families and all the families who will endure this tragedy in the years to come, by empowering them to choose their own treatment and empowering the best medical and scientific minds to research and try alternatives. His death was not a failure. He waged the most courageous battle anyone could have waged, and he displayed bravery beyond measure. He was a courageous man indeed, very courageous. Reminded of one of his kinsmen, Garibaldi, who had the heart of a lion but the brains of an ox. But Dr. Ambrosini had the heart of a lion and also the brains of a genius. Over the past 3 days, Honorable Deputy Speaker, out of respect for Dr. Ambrosini's family, I made no statement about the circumstances of his passing. Because of my close friendship with Dr. Ambrosini, the family informed me on Saturday morning of the circumstances. However, this was not a party matter. It was for the family to determine their own timing. Dr. Ambrosini's wife, who is present with us in this house today, Karin, has now agreed that I speak openly as his lifelong friend and leader. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, and the Ambrosini family, it is with deep pain that I make this statement. In a characteristically clearly considered an enunciate decision. On Saturday morning, the 16th of August, 2014, Mario Gaspari Oriani-Ambrosini decided to end his long and hard-fought battle with cancer and the unbearable pain and suffering he had to endure towards the end. There was no further hope of cure, remission, or improvement. He had tried every alternative, including conventional treatments, and was faced with the imminent failure of his body in many respects. It had already failed, including his lungs, his mobility, and his eyesight. He was not able to eat and was dependent on an oxygen machine. Many times over the past few weeks, Dr. Ambrosini told his closest friend that his greatest source of suffering was not his disease, but was the knowledge that his family were facing a harrowing journey to his inevitable death. Knowing him as well as I did, I believe that his decision was made out of compassion for his family, his son, his wife, his mother, his sisters and brothers. In his last moments, Dr. Ambrosini sent a message to a few of his closest friends describing his physical condition and saying farewell. He wrote, "I'm dying in peace and serenity, surrounded by the love of my family and friends. I'm dying at a time when I feel ready. I feel in the grace of God and part of his passion, and in that sense, relieved and saved. My last thoughts are with my child, and I hope you may give him some of the love and guidance I would like my child to receive. Thank you for your friendship and love, which I feel with me at this time," unquote. For a few days to come, Dr. Ambrosini's death will be spoken about, and the tragedy of the circumstances may overshadow thoughts about his life. But I know that with this time, this sad ending will hardly be remembered, for it will be outweighed beyond measure by the memory of his remarkable life. The Fourth Parliament began and ended with bold moves by Honorable Dr. Mario Ambrosini, and the chapters between were filled with dramatic and important initiatives. I wish to express our appreciation for the fact that Advocate Robin Stransham Ford, who walked this long, painful journey with him, is with us as we pay this tribute to his friend, companion, and fellow sufferer. Let us honor him for founding of the Parliamentary Institute of South Africa with Dr. Zola Skweyiya, His Excellency, our former ambassador, the Honorable Deputy Minister, Inkosi Phathekile Holomisa, the Honorable Professor Kara Asmal, our former minister, the Honorable Dr. Wilmot James, and other outstanding leaders. Let us remember that he was the main engine behind the recurring actions to vindicate the wrongful denial of a visa to His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, which brought to Parliament many member statements and the torch of freedom. He was the kingpin of the cooperation amongst opposition parties, which led to the Collective for Democracy. He worked relentlessly to make it a reality, from the design of the logo to the organization of parliamentary rallies. He became the champion of the struggle for freedom of the press and a warrior against the secrecy bill. He brought to South Africa the first filibuster, which stopped the passing of the bill for 5 months, enabling civil society to reconstitute its action and refocus its pressures. He created the political space which enabled Black Tuesday to occur. He single-handedly conducted many battles through the ideology of libertarianism. As a matter of principle, he opposed the provocation of forcing the labeling of goods coming out of the occupied territories in Israel. He was voted the Parliamentarian of the Year in 2016 by the Sunday Times, only followed by the Honorable Mr. Mania of the DA, and the Best Dressed Parliamentarian by GQ magazine. But among his many accolades, the one held dearest was his appointment by the Speaker to the Wine Cellar Committee, which, as he used to say, was the only position in Parliament which required dedicated skills and knowledge. All this was just the tail end of his life. He'll be remembered as one of the key negotiators in our transformation from apartheid to democracy. I admired his skill in negotiations, and I want to honor him for what he achieved by remembering just one part of it. Dr. Ambrosini's guidance and mastery of constitutional law enabled the IFP to secure provinces without the inclusion of provinces, but provision was made for a commission of rationalization within the Constitutional Assembly, which would have decided within 2 years whether we should have provinces, states, or regions. We forced provinces to exist in the interim period, which the ANC ruling party today agreed to, because the rationalization process was centralizing all powers within the same time frame of 2 years. Therefore, the list of powers given to provinces seemed meaningless, as they were mere promises which the Constitutional Assembly could have taken away. Dr. Ambrosini came to the central government in the interim and could have been taken away by the Constituent Assembly. In the next stage of negotiation, we forced the adoption of the all-important constitutional principle that the power of provinces could not be diminished. By the same token, together with Professor Willem Olivier, Dr. Ambrosini drafted the Ngonyama Trust Act, which took the bits and pieces of traditional land in KwaZulu that remained under the king and Amakosi after our dispossession by the colonialists out of the process of rationalization, which would have led to it becoming state land and placed it under a regionally based trust under the control of the king and his Amakosi. And we honor the government for allowing a judge of the higher court, Mr. Jerome Ngwenya, to chair, to assist the king. This, colleagues, was my last act as we would wound up the KwaZulu legislature. Later, as advisor to the Minister of Home Affairs, Dr. Ambrosini did the work of two. With Professor Kobus van Rooyen, he drafted the Film and Publication Control Law to eliminate censorship, a censorship which is now being reintroduced. He was the grand architect of the reform of the immigration system in terms of providing South Africa with the skills that our country needed. This was a life too vast, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to capture in so short a time. Let me therefore leave his many achievements aside for now and speak about his character. This great adopted son of South Africa. We all know of his brilliant mind, his intellect and talent, both as a constitutional privilege to know him well, know that he was both gentle and fierce, compelling and kind. He had a wonderful sense of humor. He was deeply loyal and cared profoundly for his friends, always seeking their best interests. He was an old-style gentleman, noble and brave. I wish we had more in this House, Deputy Speaker. I count it the greatest privilege in at my side as my friend and advisor. I therefore ask only what he asked himself, that in the years to come, those of us who are blessed with his friendship will find ways to bless his son, Luke, who is with us in this house. Let us tell Luke what a wonderful man his father was. What a great man his father was. Luke, your father was South Africa's greatest adopted son. On behalf of my party, my family, I extend condolences to the family of Dr. Mario Ambrosini, who are here in the House. I thank them for all that they did for our warrior and friend. May they now take comfort in the words of St. Paul in the letter he wrote to the Thessalonians, chapter 5, verse 9 to 11. For God did not appoint us to wrath, but to obtain salvation through our Lord Jesus Christ, who died for us. And whether we wake or sleep, we should live together with him. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable James.
Deputy Speaker, honorable members, members of the Oriani-Ambrosini family, and friends of Mario's. My family visited Mario Ambrosini's distinguished mother and brother Carlo on the 14th of July, a month ago, in Rome. His mom, bereft at the thought of her ailing son thousands of miles away, and as any parent would, at the tragic prospect of reversing nature's way of having to bury a child, wept in a welcome embrace of people she did not know, but who had most recently been with her beloved son. First meetings with people are always a journey of discovery. And what a journey this was. This is a story about a family consisting of a long line of jurists. Mario's father, Rafael Oriani, who died at the young age of 39, was a Columbia University-trained constitutional law professor and an international lawyer who lived through the bludgeoning years of Benito Mussolini's fascism, forever hostile to the excesses of a brand of nationalism built on the feelings of insecurity and humiliation. Mario was raised by his adopted granduncle, Gaspare Ambrosini, a member of the political community that contributed to the unification of Italy, divided and fractured then by more ethnic, cultural, and political mores and habits than we have in South Africa today, which is why he, Mario, understood better than anyone else the fragile relationship between democratic republicanism, in the French sense of the term, times of peace. Not that he ever wished it upon us, Mario always reminded me of the historical fact, imprinted on him by his granduncle, Antonio Ambrosini, another international lawyer who experienced during the Second World War. It is in the tradition started by his distinguished family that Mario Ambrosini engaged in constitutional negotiation, lobbying, and public interest litigation, Tibet, the Seychelles, Zaire, and Namibia, where he acted in the last instance across the border as the legal advisor to the Rio Busters. The Honorable Prince Buthelezi has spoken about the time he worked for him. In Parliament together since 2009, what did I learn about the issues Mario Ambrosini cared about? He cared passionately about liberty as freedom in the sense that John Locke and Stuart Mill had it, when they said that individual freedom is a basic given, and anyone who would limit individual freedom in any way is under an obligation to make an ironclad case for doing so. The honorable members who served with me on a portfolio of trade and industry in the fourth Parliament discovered what the application of this concept mean for one of the oldest human activities, which is trade. Mario gave the chairperson of the committee, the Honorable Joan Fubs, a run for her money. Now, the Honorable Fubs certainly stood her ground in a wonderfully eccentric way, bringing a welcome dynamic to a very good committee, I must tell you, that I miss serving on, to what otherwise is a rather dull and uninspiring subject, and I see the ministers are here when I say the dull and uninspiring subject of trade. In the face of the so-called secrecy bill, Mario reached into his libertarianism and his libertarian soul to bring forth some powerful flourishes and inspiring moments in our history against citizens. I am unsure whether the honorable members of this House at the time recognized the fact that those who supported the so-called secrecy bill became the conservatives and reactionaries they always said they disliked, fearing that the possible disorder they mistakenly believed a genuine. Mario viscerally cared about justice. To get a feel for his attitude, I can do no better than to paraphrase and quote from Amartya Sen's The Idea of Justice, where one could liken Mario's reactions to injustice to that of Charles Dickens's as injustice, Sen wrote. He goes on to say, and I quote, that the strong perception of manifest injustice applies to adult human beings are clearly remedial injustices around which we want to eliminate. Mario cared about unemployment and poverty. He believed that to find an answer to joblessness required both economic growth and national restraint. He once said to me that all of us, but particularly in the world of the economy, the CEOs and the managers, as well as the workers, must sign on to a national program of material restraint, and that all South Africans should take the bitter medicine of living within our means. I tried to persuade Mario, who was libertarian by inclination, that such a program, following John Rawls, but going against these inclinations, must benefit the least advantaged the most in our society, and it must disproportionately require the most advantaged to take a much bigger dose of the bitter medicine of restraint that he proposed. Honorable members, having sat through the tedious and the grim lamentations of Gotthardammerung, I never understood Mario's adoration of the work of the composer Richard Wagner. Because music appreciation is always personal, more than likely, I could not appreciate, as Mario must have, Wagner's tendencies towards the extreme. His operas have been seen and discussed, Paul Griffiths wrote in the Penguin Companion to Classical Music, as, and I'm quoting, as uniquely profound studies of human psychology and existence, treating the central themes of love, of salvation, and society. Today, I recognize Mario's admiration of Wagner in Griffith's analysis, which is that Wagner's preoccupation with redemption stories, of which all his mature operas and music dramas are examples, echoed both the musical language of his time, with its possibilities of highly elaborated and circuitous harmonic roots reaching towards the final accord, and his age's concern with how social justice and personal completion could be achieved outside the promises of religion and Catholicism in particular. Like Wagner, Mario's perfect society was an idealized Renaissance led by an artist. Like Wagner, Mario was both an utopian and a pessimist by inclination. Mario's legacies to Parliament are many. Because of him, private members' bills stand a much better chance of becoming law. We have the opportunity of working his medical innovation bill through the strict demands of the parliamentary process. Mario was the driving force behind the Parliamentary Institute of South Africa, having the appropriate acronym PISA, an effort at creating a non-partisan space for debate on critical national issues. We should endeavor to build PISA to greater heights. I last saw Mario a week ago. He was very ill. He said he was tired and he wanted to go to sleep. And so, colleagues, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, our deepest sympathy to his wife Karen, his son Luke, his mom, brother, sister, and the family, to the Nkandla Freedom Party and the Honorable Buthelezi, and to all of Mario's friends and colleagues here and elsewhere. And finally, our sincerest thanks to all who cared for Mario when he was very ill indeed. Thank you.
Honorable Twala.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members. Death is a journey none of us is spared. John Donne writes in his sonnet, "Death be not proud." Death be proud. Death be not proud, though some call thee mighty and dreadful, for thou art not so. Honorable Ambrosini will be remembered as an outstanding member of this House. The contributions he made in crafting the laws upon which our people base their hopes. Despite his ill health, he remained steadfast in his convictions, a human rights activist of note, agitating for decriminalization of cannabis for medical use. Our country is all the poorer at his passing, but we hope to continue his work to inspire the youth of our country and instill in them the kind of constant activism which characterized Dr. Ambrosini's life. His contribution in our country's transition cannot be overemphasized. As an advisor to the IFP leader, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, although we did not always agree with his political views, we held him in high regard for his constitutional expertise and remarkable experience on governance. The FF extends its deepest condolences first to the leader of the IFP, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, members of his family, and the Ambrosini family. Sitlani ngoxolo, akwehlanga lungehlanga. To return to John Donne's sonnet, which ends, "One short sleep past, we wake eternally, and death shall be no more. Death, thou shalt die." We thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Kubisi.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, the passing on of Dr. Mario Ambrosini leaves behind a void in the political space of our country. The NFP wishes to convey its condolences to his wife, to his son Luke, to the Prince of Wapindangene, and the IFP. It's such a loss in our country. However, as South Africans, we find solace in the knowledge that Dr. Ambrosini was really one of our own, a fearless, courageous, and determined freedom fighter, a human rights activist, a constitutional law and international law expert. It is abundantly clear that Dr. Ambrosini was a selfless political activist and a visionary. He fought lung cancer with courage to the extent that he piloted a private member's bill, the Medical Innovation Bill. He employed government to investigate the possibility of decriminalizing marijuana so that it could be used to cure cancer and other critical ailments. Dr. Ambrosini was a creative, independent thinker who was ready to speak his mind with no fear nor favor. At this point, I remember several occasions when I had an assignment to do with him. I learned from him that you do not sleep if you have not completed your assignment. Dr. Ambrosini was ready to share information with anyone he associated with. I remember when I was in the KZN legislature, I would call him for an advice, and he would, in a few minutes, send a written copy of the advice I needed. That is the Dr. Ambrosini I know. He contributed immensely to nation building on a number of topical and critical matters. In Dr. Ambrosini, we learned that you stand for what is right. On behalf of the Honorable VZ Kamakwazam Msibe, the President of the NFP, the NSC, NWC, and all structures of the NFP, I convey condolences to all those who were impacted by the life of this distinguished and astute jurist, intellectual and powerful debater. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Majeke.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members. The United Democratic Movement expresses its shock by the passing on of the late Dr. Oriani-Ambrosini. We would like to pass our deepest condolences to his family. The leader of the IFP, Prince Buthelezi, IFP, friends and comrades. Leaders are born, live and die. Dr. Oriani-Ambrosini was one of the extraordinary leaders that had passion, constructive criticism, and vision. He was a diligent, eloquent, and focused person to a level whereby his articulations in this House were not based on personalities and political allegiances, but premised on practical socio-economic conditions, confronting in particular the poor people of South Africa. His was for a just society and represented his ideas without fear. He may die, but his contribution ever since he became a member in 2009 will never be forgotten. We, as the United Democratic Movement and the people of this country, we will miss that bold, fast, persuasive voice. A voice when he spoke, no one could talk. This country has lost a leader indeed. Our souls are deeply sad by his sudden death. To his family, you are not alone in this deep, sad moment. The United Democratic Movement cries with you, and we know that people of this country are crying too. No one can take over the pain you feel but our Creator, because He is the one that gives and the one that takes. To our honorable members, supporters, comrades, and friends, the country has lost an extraordinary leader. It is our responsibility to take the baton and carry on where Dr. Ambrosini left. He has left a huge gap in the South African political landscape, which we are challenged to fill up. Mrs. Ambrosini, Karen, and Luke, his son, please know that we are with you in thoughts and prayers during this difficult moment. May the peace of Almighty gracious God be with you. This will also pass. To the leader of the party, Honorable Shenge, please find space in your heart to be strong and let him to rest. Akuhlanga lungehlanga. To the National Assembly, the IFP, and his constituency at large, you have lost, we have lost, and the country has lost. Death be not proud. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Alberts.
Thank you, Chairperson. Hierdie toespraak is vir my besonder moeilik, nie net alleen omdat agbare Mario Oriani-Ambrosini 'n briljante parlementslid en regspraktisyn was nie, maar omdat Mario 'n baie goeie vriend van my geword het en daarom noem ek hom sommer Mario. Van die oomblik wat ek en hy mekaar leer ken het in 2009, het ons besef ons lewensuitkyk in sin van reg en verkeerd is baie dieselfde. En omdat ons albei van die kreatiewe spel van politieke skakhou, het ons spoedig soos stoutkinders op skool 'n bende gevorm en beplan hoe ons die skoolhoof en die stelsel kan uitdaag. In die geval is die skoolstelsel natuurlik die uitvoerende gesag en die president homself. Dit het lekker geraak want ons het saam sukses behaal om die inligtingswet se aanname te vertraag, onder andere die aanskakel van die Gautengse e-tolstelsel in Desember 2012 te vertraag tot Desember 2013 en dit derhalwe talle ander planne geformuleer. Then the Honorable Ambrosini became sick out of the blue. It made no sense to me and reinforced the notion that many of the truly good people of this earth are taken away prematurely before their true great impact can be felt. It is almost as if something is working against goodness. I have to be honest that in my prayers I struggle with God on this feature of life. But I also take comfort that God has a greater vision that we do not always understand. If we are privileged, we get a glimpse of that plan, just as Moses peered into the promised land. Honorable Ambrosini was a good man, and he reinforced in me the notion that while Milton taught us that paradise was lost, we can fight back and regain lost ground. Honorable Ambrosini was indeed a fighter, as many in this house will know. Honorable Ambrosini, as 'n Italianer, het dieselfde vuur in hom gehad as 'n ander Italiaanse leier, naamlik Napoleon Bonaparte. Baie mense besef nie dat Napoleon eintlik van Korsika in Italië afkomstig is nie. Tog, anders as Napoleon, het Mario nie die begeerte gehad om 'n ryk te bou nie, maar om vir menseregte te veg. Sy vurige stryd om die regering verantwoordbaar te hou, sy oorsprong het gelê in sy sin van geregtigheid, demokrasie in die breë en om minderhede te beskerm. Honorable Ambrosini was also a true Renaissance man. Coming from the country where the Enlightenment was ignited, Italy, it could not be otherwise that he fought to see that spirit of freedom of thought, creativity, democracy, and liberation from the shackles of poverty also be realized in South Africa. Mario has left us before his time. He could have done so much more. Nou hang dit af van ons om sy werk verder klaar te maak. Totsiens my vriend, ek gaan jou mis.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Carter.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Congress of the People would like to convey their heartfelt condolences to Honorable Ambrosini's wife, son, his family, friends, and the Nkandla Freedom Party. In life, in ill health, and in death, our dear colleague, Honorable Ambrosini, leaves us with a legacy. In life, he showed us how an immigrant of European extraction could become a naturalized and committed South African and play a meaningful role in the birth of our new nation and the defining of its character. In illness, he championed the Medical Innovation Bill to make provision for innovation in medical treatment and to legalize the use of cannabinoids for medical purposes and beneficial commercial industrial uses. In his death, Honorable Ambrosini poses to, amongst others, this very House, yet further question that relating to what should be the right of a terminally ill to terminate their suffering. In life, in ill health, and in death, our dear colleague, Mario, has left us with a legacy, the legacy of a true servant of the people. It's up to this House to give effect to this legacy, be it in protecting the tenets and the values of our Constitution, be it in perusing and exercising the right of members to submit private members' bills, be it in perusing the Medical Innovation Bill and ensuring its enactment, or be it in perusing and ensuring the right of a terminally ill to terminate their suffering and to die, and I paraphrase with words attributed to Honorable Mario Ambrosini. In peace and serenity, surrounded by beloved family and friends, I'm dying at a time when I feel ready. This House has work to do to fulfill our colleague's legacy. Once again, a true servant of the people. Rest in peace, our dear friend. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Dudley.
Thank you, Chair. The ACDP leader, Reverend Meshwe, my colleague Steve Swart, and I would like to express heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Honorable Mario Ambrosini, and our sincere condolences to Honorable Buthelezi and members of the IFP. We are truly sorry for your loss. We get to say goodbye to so many colleagues in this business, and it seems like just the other day that I was returning to my seat after a condolence motion when a full of life and seemingly healthy Mario Ambrosini grabbed my arm and said, "When I die, I want you to give the condolence motion." I laughed at this ridiculous thought while accepting it as a compliment. Mario and I first crossed paths in about 1996 when the KwaZulu-Natal legislature was drafting a provincial constitution. As we all know, all things constitutional were Mario's great passion. When this legal expert, and according to my research at the time, one of the drafters of a one world or world parliamentary constitution, something which made him highly suspect in my circles at the time, took the time to challenge input that I had made at a hearing, I was intrigued. That conversation did get me thinking about studying law, and a year or so later, at the age of 42, I became a full-time law student for the first time in my life and was studying third-year LLB when I took office in Parliament in '99. Mario's passion never disappointed, even if his accent often left many wondering what he had just said. The Collective for Democracy was another more recent passion of Mario's, a concept I challenged long and hard before deciding that for me, multi-party democracy could be strengthened through these efforts. During the fourth Parliament, Mario would often start conversations about whether or not there was life after Parliament and what that might look like. And on one occasion, the conversation started with, "So, what do you want to be when you grow up?" I never did take our banter too seriously, being a politician myself and Mario being a smooth-talking, confident, legally trained and politically minded Italian male. And I mean every word of that as a compliment. Now, however, I am sorry. Sorry for the times I made light of these topics, and sorry I brushed aside your attempts, Mario, to share your way too intellectual Bible knowledge with me. Mario's adoptive father, I'm told, was a leader of the Democrazia Cristiana, or Democratic Christian Party. Mario, however, spent his teenage political years as an activist under the wing of Marco Pannella, the leader of the Italian nonviolent, radical, environmentalist and libertarian movement, which, if true, explains a lot about Mario, I think. When Mario was undergoing treatment, I wanted to send him a copy of a book called The Shack, which has this amazing conversation with God in it. But he said, "Thank you, darling, but I will be healed and home at Christmas, and you can give it to me then." I did give it to him eventually, and I so hope that he did get to read it. Mario, I hope and I pray you did make peace with your Maker and that there is a wonderful life for you after Parliament. It is on days like this that growing up is not an option, but a reality. Goodbye, friend and colleague. The journey of spiritual growth requires courage, initiative, independence of thought, and action. No teacher can carry you there. There are no preset formulas. Rituals are only learning aids. They are not the learning. No words can be said, no teaching can be taught that will relieve spiritual travelers from the necessity of picking their own ways, working out with effort and anxiety their own paths through the unique circumstances of their own lives towards the identification of their individual selves with God. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Mchaisa.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honourable members. As African Independent Congress, we would like to convey our heartfelt condolences to the family of Dr. Ambrosini. We know and we are aware that it's not always easy to accept death. But sometimes there are things that you cannot change in life. If, for instance, now we're made to be aware of our day on which one would die, I'm sure life now would be a mess and everyone would be serious in life. Dr. Ambrosini family should accept what cannot be changed. What is done is done. If I can just quote from the Exodus, everything has a reason. There is time for every purpose. There's time to be born and a time to die. There is time for peace and time for war. We have heard about the contributions that this great man has made to his family, to his friends, to his community, to the nation, and to this house in particular. It has been a great thing indeed. You know, I just want us to do away with the idea that Shakespeare says, I quote, "The evil that men do lives after them, and the good is often interred with their bones. Let it not be with this great man of our land." I think this great man will always be remembered for the good work that he has done for his country. Because we are aware that each and everyone that lives here would one day live for the better world. I hope now the contributions and everything that he has done will ever be remembered unlike Shakespeare when it said those would be interred or buried with his bones. Ambrosini, his family should just look up to the Lord, because he's the one that is going to make and comfort them. He's the one that is going to give guidance and advise them on what to do next, though it is difficult to accept. I always like now to quote from Shakespeare. When he talks about life, he says life is just a tale that is told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. It means life is just nothing because, after all, one has got to live. That we have got to accept. So we wish as AIC that may his soul rest in peace and be something of comfort to his family, friends, the nation, and everybody in this world. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Cody.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, comrades and honorable members. I wish to join the House in expressing our condolences to the Ambrosini family and those from his party, the IFP. The truism of your statement, Madam Speaker, just before we started with the condolences, cannot be overemphasized, that the passing away of a member of this House touches us all, irrespective of political affiliation or ideological persuasion. We have all come to know the late Honorable Ambrosini as a fierce and passionate articulator of his perspectives and beliefs. He was a man of strong convictions. In his battle with cancer, he showed remarkable courage. His courage brought the challenge of cancer very much to the fore. He made us to confront the reality of cancer and our own vulnerability. Death is an unavoidable human destiny. However, whenever it occurs, nothing can prepare us for the pain and the sense of loss that accompanies it. We sincerely hope that those closely associated with him will find closure from this loss, and may his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Honorable the Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development.
Deputy Speaker, honorable members, members of the Oriani-Ambrosini family. It is a sad day as today this House bids farewell to someone who was no ordinary politician. Dr. Mario Oriani-Ambrosini was larger than life in his energy and his expertise and his influence on South African politics. Dr. Oriani-Ambrosini could be very controversial. Arriving in South Africa in 1991, he immediately engaged in the constitutional debates of the day from the side of the Nkandla Freedom Party, drafting a constitution for KwaZulu-Natal in 1992. He was also, as Honorable Buthelezi has said, was involved in the passing of the Ngonyama Trust Act by the KwaZulu legislature shortly before the 1994 elections. Politically, his views were libertarian, advocating as little state involvement in the lives of citizens as possible. When I jokingly offered my condolences to him on Barack Obama's second election victory, he told me he'd lost interest in the American election campaign after his preferred candidate, Ron Paul, lost the American Republican primaries. Ron Paul is incidentally credited with a very conservative voting record in the American Congress. We in the African National Congress often crossed swords with Dr. Ambrosini, especially during the negotiations in the 1990s, and possibly even more so when the IFP threatened to pull out of the Constitutional Assembly, as well as in the negotiations for a provincial constitution for KwaZulu-Natal. More recently in Parliament, we often didn't see eye to eye on various pieces of legislation either. But despite our political differences, we in the ANC held him in high regard for his constitutional expertise and remarkable experience on governance matters. Just before this debate, the Minister of Human Settlements came up to me to tell me of her high regard for Dr. Ambrosini. She had spent quite a bit of time with him when she was Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, and he was advisor to the Honorable Buthelezi, who was then Minister of Home Affairs. He was highly respected as a fierce and outspoken debater, a seasoned negotiator, and a passionate politician. Whether or not one always agreed with him is not the point. The point is he always made a valuable contribution and he livened up debates. The Honorable Joan Fubbs, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Trade and Industry, probably said it best when she said, Dr. Ambrosini's fresh insight has contributed to more robust legislation. And as someone wrote in the media recently, he was one of the most hardworking people in the opposition benches, and he kept the governing party on its toes. I first met Mario in the mid-1990s when I was in the KwaZulu-Natal provincial legislature, which at that point was led by the Nkandla Freedom Party. And the IFP wanted a provincial constitution for KwaZulu-Natal. This process had assumed greater importance for the IFP when it withdrew from the Constitutional Assembly at a national level. Things were pretty intense at that time, and it then involved many nights of discussion after committee meetings at the Holiday Inn when the legislature was sitting in Ulundi. I spent more time with him when he became a member of the Justice and Constitutional Development Portfolio Committee in 2009, and in particular worked closely with him on the Protection of Personal Information Bill on a subcommittee together with Dean Smuts of the DA. From the ANC's side, we didn't always disagree. Last year, as the Justice Committee was debating the provisions of the Legal Practice Bill, we were discussing the issue of the high cost of legal fees. And the Honorable Ambrosini made the point that the cost of legal representation in South Africa is higher than in the United States capital of Washington, D.C. Never one to mince his words, he said it straight. He said, believing that lawyers would voluntarily make changes in the interests of the consumers of legal services was, and I quote, like putting the fox in charge of the chickens. That is how we shall remember him. Straight-talking, sometimes controversial, never timid, always charismatic, always passionate about what he believed in. Indeed, Mario Ambrosini was no ordinary politician. He never did anything in half measure or in small steps. Reference has been made many times to the constitutional court case of Oriani-Ambrosini versus Sisulu, which declared certain rules of the National Assembly unconstitutional. In a discussion on the case, Professor Pierre de Vos aptly called it one small step for Parliament, one giant step for Ambrosini. But the fact that he lost that case in the Cape High Court and then had the tenacity to take it on to the Constitutional Court shows his tenacity and his belief in what he was doing. He was also a tenacious fighter, fighting a courageous battle against cancer. In May last year, he said that, and I quote, "I count on achieving a cure in 3 months and will then return to my parliamentary work if my gamble is successful. I plan to dedicate a great portion of my future political and professional life on the fight to eradicate cancer as a cause of death. If I fail, I hope that what I tried to do for democracy in South Africa and elsewhere will be appreciated," close quotes. He'd actually promised me a copy of, I think it was Cicero's speeches if he did succeed. Sadly, I'll have to buy that on my own. He's raised public awareness of cancer treatment, and his selfless campaign for innovative medical intervention will no doubt leave an indelible mark in the ongoing struggle against the disease. His work will be continued through the cancer treatment campaign, which he started earlier this year. Deputy Speaker, for him, death was inevitable. He sent me an SMS towards the end of April, which read, "My body is falling apart, but I am at peace and serene." In the Justice Budget vote in July, he said, "I do not have much strength left. I know that there are other people with more strength than I do." He faced death bravely and decided to end his suffering at a time when he felt ready. He, not death, was to be the final decision maker concerning his fate. I think in this context, we also as a nation need to debate whether to legislate on the use of euthanasia in the context of terminal illness. We shall miss him in the various committees and in this House. The African National Congress wishes to express its sincere condolences to the family and friends of Mario Oriani-Ambrosini and to the Honorable Buthelezi and his colleagues in the IFP. To his wife, Karen, and 7-year-old son Luke, and his mother and other members of the family, you are in our thoughts, and may you find strength and solace in your time of mourning. I read a poem by Henry Scott Holland, and I thought of Mario while I was reading it, as it sounded like something he would have said if he were here. I'd like to share a few lines of the poem with the House. Death is nothing at all. I've only slipped away to the next room. I am I and you are you. Whatever we were to each other, that we still are. Call me by my old familiar name. Speak to me in the easy way which you always used. Put no difference in your tone. Wear no forced air of solemnity or sorrow. Laugh as we always laughed at the jokes we enjoyed together. Play, smile, think of me, pray for me. Let my name be ever the household word that it always was. Let it be spoken without effect, without the trace of a shadow on it. Why should I be out of mind because I am out of sight? I am but waiting for you for an interval, somewhere very near, just around the corner. If he were here now, he would no doubt tease me about my Italian, but let me conclude and say to a dear colleague and friend, riposa in pace, or as we say, hambagatle. May his soul rest in peace and his memory will live on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, that concludes the speakers' list on this matter. I take it there are no objections to the motion being adopted. Will members please rise to observe a moment of silence in memory of the late Dr. Mario Gaspare Oriani-Ambrosini. Thank you very much. You may be seated. The presiding officers associate themselves with the motion. The condolences of the House will be conveyed to the Ambrosini family. Members, before we proceed, may I also just apologize for the cell phone ring during the press. That's a bad neglect. The next item on the order paper is member statements. Does any member of the ANC wish to make a statement? Honorable Gumede.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson, the ANC accepts the Constitutional Court ruling dismissing IEC Chairperson Penzin Tlakula's application for leave to appeal against an electoral court ruling against her. We hold the view that our freedom and democracy has accorded every South African a chance to tell his or her side of the story in a court of law and to pursue any case or its outcomes in higher courts. Therefore, the ANC believes that Ms. Penzi Tlakula, like every other South African, also has that right to exercise her constitutional right to appeal the judgment and have a higher court review it. This is a principle that the ANC and millions of South Africans uphold. And that is why the ANC believes that a call for Ms. Tlakula to resign, even before she had had the opportunity to exhaust all court processes, as unconstitutional and undermines the rights that Advocate Tlakula has as a citizen of this free country. The ANC acknowledges the significant role the IEC chairperson, Penzi Tlakula, has played in bringing about free and fair elections, as well as the tremendous contribution she has made as the CEO of the IEC, which has accorded her an opportunity to be appointed the chairperson of the IEC. We believe that with her immense experience and outstanding achievements, both in her academic astuteness and work experience, she can still play a crucial role in the development of our society. I thank you.
Thank you. Can you call for the GA? Any statement from the GA?
House Chair, in visits to the Northwest and Limpopo this past weekend, I had the privilege of meeting individuals playing a catalytic role in improving healthcare. First, the CEO of Makopani's Voortrekker Hospital, Dr. Ramatoba, who, despite having a new wing unfinished for 4 long years because the Provincial Public Works Department there is dysfunctional, as well as to constantly have to fight for medicines, including most recently Nevirapine, runs a fabulous hospital there. Secondly, the University of Limpopo's Dr. Francis Hayera, who, despite the fact that the provincial health authorities have not made the structural changes nor provided the specified medical equipment to the level of clinical isolation Ebola requires, developed a protocol and the initial training to staff. And thirdly, the CEO of the Klerksdorp Chapong Hospital, Mr. P.E. Mokatsani, who has made the hospital as Ebola ready as he can, but requires the urgent technical assistance from Dr. Aaron Matsaledi's ministry. The DA honors these 3 health leaders at the front line of care.
Thank you. EFF?
Thank you, Speaker. The ANC decision to solicit funds from the civil servant is disgusting and unethical, to say the least. This is what we have always said, that the current leadership of the ANC has lost most fiber. This approach is what we have been always said, that the current leadership of the ANC has lost moral fiber. It is unethical, this type of fundraising, and is tantamount to bullying. They are introducing a new dangerous culture to South African politics. Loyal to the party and individual at the expense of the public service has a culture to the South African politics. Loyalty to the party and individual in the expense of public servants has long become a culture with the current leadership of the ruling party. They are now taking it to the top gear. This is nothing else but disparate measures from the ruling party, as they are setting a wrong precedent with this approach. Oh, what a shame to our society, ANC. In terms of Section 1957 of the Constitution, a high standard of professional ethics must be promoted and maintained. The instruction of the ANC to the civil servant does not make this possible. The fundraising method of the ANC is intimidation of the highest order. Civil servants have the right to donate to a political party, and they also have the right not to, so they wish. Members of the ANC who are in the public service should also enjoy this right. Civil servants also have their own personal
you.
obligation to meet. Please, ANC, leave our public servants alone.
ANC.
Honorable Chair.
There are two members standing.
No, thanks, Chair. The African National Congress welcomes the announcement made by Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, Minister of Health, that there is no case of Ebola in South Africa. The two patients who were suspected to be affected were tested negative, and therefore this allays all fears that we may have the spread of Ebola virus. The Minister of Health, together with the National Institute for Communicable Diseases, put in place systems in all provinces to combat this disease, and we have confidence in these measures taken. We want to express, however, our concern regarding the utterances made by the DA's health spokesperson, who is also an award-winning Mampara, Mr. Jack Bloom, for creating panic by making false claims that the patient who had arrived from Guinea was carrying the virus. He opportunistically chose to use the media to cause panic by making unfounded statements. The National Institute for Communicable Diseases team has arrived in Sierra Leone to assist in containing the Ebola virus disease in that region. Thank you.
Thank you, ANC. IFP?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. It is shocking to learn that primary school children in Mitchell's Plain are playing what they consider a game called rape, where the girls run around while a boy chases her, and when he catches her, he simulates raping her for 10 to 20 seconds, whereby she is then out of the game. It is disturbing, though, that such a game exists, especially among children. What is most horrifying, however, is that the girls are willing participants in this game. It clearly shows that these children are affected by what is happening around them, yet do not understand the implications of rape. And the danger is that these girls will be desensitized to rape and that they will see it as normal behavior. As we celebrate Women's Month, it is disturbing to hear that our children are becoming accustomed to a rape culture. The boys will grow up not respecting women, whilst the girls will see rape as a norm. We cannot have this happening. Such games cannot be allowed to continue in our schools. We hope the Education Department is taking urgent steps to ensure that we do not breed a generation of men who rape and women who accept it. Thank you.
Thank you, IFP. UDM? Do you have a statement from the UDM?
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we note that in 2000 there were approximately 126,000 taxis in South Africa, which were over 10 years old, most of them, and they were therefore no longer suitable for transporting people. We note further that since the inception of the taxi recapitalization program in October 2006, a total of 59,000 taxi vehicles were scrapped, and 7,000 of those were in the Eastern Cape. Now, this industry remains one of the greatest challenges for our public transport system, and it requires regular and close attention of government. Amongst many challenges confronting the taxi industry is the competition presented by government-subsidized buses and unregulated hitchhiking, resulting in harassment and consequent killing of people. We therefore suggest an elaborate investigation into the taxi industry be conducted, including factors that contributed to the recapitalization program, which has not been concluded. We further suggest that as part of the investigation, the possibility of regulating hitchhiking and the support given to the taxi industry be part of the areas to be investigated. I thank you.
Thank you. UDM, ANC?
Honorable Chair, as the ANC, as the African National Congress, we take this opportunity
to appreciate South Africans who came out in their numbers to vote for the ANC in the recent by-elections which were held on the 13th of August 2014 in all 9 provinces. The African National Congress retained 5 of its wards and won a further 3 wards, 1 from the DA, the second from the IFP, and the third one from an independent candidate. This is evidence that proves once again that the ANC enjoys a solid base of support amongst our people. The victory of our people and the ANC in Ward 40 in Kruger Park in the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan Municipality, following a disparate attack on the IEC by the DA in an effort to retain the ward, is a clear example of this commitment. The people of Kruger Park have rejected the DA, sending a message that the ANC is the political home of the masses of our people, enjoying the decisive and unwavering support of communities in the region. We thank all members of various communities who came out in their numbers to vote in the by-elections. We further thank the men and women of the IEC who worked to make the by-elections a transparent, impartial, and credible election that South Africans have become accustomed to. As an organization, we are committed to deliver on the mandate once more bestowed upon us.
Thank you. Thank you, ANC. ACDP?
Chairperson, the recent brutal attacks on Christians by radical Islamists, particularly in Iraq and Syria, must be condemned in the strongest possible terms by all who uphold human rights and stand for freedom of religion. Women and children have been abducted, raped, and beheaded for their faith in Jesus Christ. There are reports of militants who kill Christian women for refusing to convert to Islam by slitting their throats and collecting their blood in bowls. Innocent children are being beheaded and their heads erected on poles like trophies. For months now, these cruel jihadists have been committing unspeakable atrocities against Christians and other religious minorities, and in the process destroying their churches and burning priceless and irreplaceable sacred manuscripts. That the world sits back and watches this genocide is the epitome of shame and an indelible blight on humankind. The ACDP supports the Pontifical Council for Interreligious Dialogue, who issued a statement from the Vatican deploring the upsurge of violence in Iraq, calling on, among others, all men and women of goodwill to unequivocally condemn terror in the name of religion. The ACDP further supports Pope Francis, who wrote a letter to the United Nations urging assistance to victims of ISIS terrorism and the call by Vatican officials on Muslim leaders all over the world to, and I quote, condemn the barbarity and unspeakable criminal acts of Islamic State militants in Iraq, saying that a failure to do so would jeopardize the future.
Thank you, Honorable Member. ANC?
Thank you, Chairperson. ANC deplores crime against women and children. The African National Congress is appalled and strongly condemns the growing incidents involving the killing and maiming of women and children, particularly in the recent weeks. The ANC strongly believes that the growing and expletive phenomenon has no justification and place in our society. Therefore, the ANC continues to prioritize incidents of crimes perpetuated against women and children by pursuing a multidisciplinary approach in the fight against violence and against children. Furthermore, we note the success rate of arrests of the culprits by the law enforcement agencies with the help of communities. And we believe that special attention also needs to be given to the speed and prosecution. We also call upon all our communities to unite and take a stand against this scourge. The community members must help identify and isolate the culprits who perpetuate such acts and report them to the law enforcement agencies for successful prosecution. However, we urge people not to take the law into their own hands. For its part, the ANC government is committed to reducing levels of crime by involving intelligence support and coordination, having more police visible and on duty in hotspot areas, as well as addressing the proliferation of firearms in our society. I thank you.
Thank you, ANC. GA?
Chairperson, on a recent oversight visit to the Mikado municipality, I visited a sewage treatment plant which is intended to service the town of Louis Trichardt. I was outraged to find that the plant is completely inoperative. Raw sewage flows in one side and out the other. The settling ponds are caked solid, the aerators are not working, and there was no chlorine gas. Staff at the facility indicated that the supervisor had not been on site for several days. But things got worse the more I looked. The sewage flows out, untreated, into a flay below the plant. This flay drains into the Santrafir, which a few kilometers downstream is used for watering animals, washing, bathing, and drinking by local communities. At our last sitting, my colleague, Dr. Wilmot James, highlighted the danger of E. coli and untreated water in causing dysentery, which left untreated results in death, as we saw in Bloemhof earlier this year. The negligence displayed by the Mikado municipality is criminal in terms of the National Environmental Management Act, and the lack of oversight and immediate action by the Department of Water and Sanitation and the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs is scandalous. And it's not an isolated incident. Across the length and breadth of our country, municipalities are dumping untreated effluent into water sources used by local communities. Chairperson, when will the relevant ministers take action to ensure that citizens of our country can safely use the water in our rivers and streams? Thank you.
Thank you, GA. ANC?
Thank you, Chairperson. The ANC applauds the involvement of business companies in assisting to improve the quality of education and eliminating disparities at Umlazi schools, where oil refiner Sapref donated science laboratories worth 1 million rand to Ogumhlope High School and Ganges Secondary School near Merebank in KwaZulu-Natal. The ANC believes that this initiative will assist Ogumhlope High School, which has more than 1,600 pupils and had previously no science laboratory, to assist them in science and maths practicals. The pupils at these schools will now be able to prepare thoroughly for their written exams with practicals, not just with the theory they used to previously rely on when writing examinations. This initiative is in line with the ANC manifesto asserting to assisting schools to maintain the upward trend in the pass rate in mathematics, science, and technology, whilst improving the quality of those passes in the end of the year annual results. The ANC also welcomes, Chairperson, the decision by the KZN Education Department to withhold the release of the results for the senior certificate exams. These exams were written by nearly 46,000 KZN adults in May due to widespread cheating in at least 9 districts. Until the ongoing investigation was complete, such swift action to rectify corruption activities must be acknowledged. That is the Chairperson.
Thank you. Ahang Ese?
Honorable Chair, while Arang SA celebrates the significant strides that the Department of Home Affairs has made in turning the department around, we are nevertheless deeply concerned about the new system that seems to be working against the objective of making it easier for all people to apply for temporary and permanent residence, visas, waivers, exemptions, and appeals. The department needs to explain to this House how the appointment of VFS Global has made it easier for people to apply for aforementioned, because it appears that the said application process are more expensive and more laborious. At the same time, the department must explain what happened to the capacity within the department that processed these applications prior to the appointment of VFS Global, as well as the cost and turnaround time for application. Knowing the history of this government, Arang, I say, won't be surprised if another comrade or comrades have benefited or are still benefiting from the appointment of VFS Global. Arangese will soon move for an investigation into the tender process that was followed by the department in the appointment of VFS Global. Thank you.
Thank you, Arang. ANC? Okay, allowed, ma'am.
The ANC applauds the partnership of the ANC Eastern Cape government, together with the investment company Wiphold and Nedbank, who together revived the maize field into a profitable food security program. This is also an added boost to local farmers and villages into Tuga, near Sentani in the Eastern Cape. The multi-million investment by the above-mentioned stakeholders has resulted in the harvesting of 553 hectares of maize using a modern harvester for the first time in this village and has benefited about 500 families in Tutuga. Due to the success of the project, it has become a 1,000 hectares commercial farming operation with a direct benefit to more than 500 families through a 20 million initial investment. Moreover, there are also plans in the pipeline to set up a milling hub for the local residents to have a processing facility nearby. This is a good story to tell, as the success of this project also indicates that South Africans from rural communities are ready and willing to change their dire conditions when they are given assistance and resources. This project has proven. This initiative affirms the ANC policy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
GA?
Madam Chairperson, we hereby commend Cape Town Tourism on its achievements in destination marketing for being recognized by global brands like the New York Times and TripAdvisor. In addition to this, Cape Town Tourism has also successfully created a new mobile visitor information center, a first on the African continent. Cape Town Tourism is an industry body representing over 1,200 tourism products in Cape Town and South Africa. We congratulate the staff at Cape Town Tourism and their partners on their accomplishments, which have made the whole nation proud, especially against the background that the National Development Plan has identified tourism as one of the key job-creating industries in South Africa. Madam Chairperson, tourism is at heart a local issue. And when local government collapses, as we see currently happening in many parts of the country, then ultimately the ability of local communities to benefit from tourism opportunities also collapses. And therefore the DA calls on the Minister of Tourism to implement urgent measures to assist failing municipalities with their tourism development strategies. Thank you.
Thank you, GA. Last, ANC. Do I see anybody?
The ANC applauds the initiative by a group of concerned business people in Port Elizabeth who are using the internet to invite South Africans of all races to confirm their desire to belong to a unified country of which we can be proud. This particular initiative, called Rainbow Nation Club, needs to be commended for the good work it is doing in terms of developing a strong lobby and influence the leaders of our country to once again make Madiba's legacy a top priority. As part of the above program and partnership among stakeholders, the private sector, government, and public are encouraged to know the words of the national anthem and/or meaning of the different words. As the ANC, we agree with the prescript of the National Development Plan, which call all of us to work towards the common good, to seriously tackle unemployment and increase interaction between people from different social and racial groups. We therefore call upon all South Africans to contribute and work towards realizing the vision of a cohesive society by supporting initiatives such as the Rainbow Nation Club, which is being spearheaded by various corporate citizens led by Schaeffler South Africa, so as to contribute positively in building a unified South African nation. The ANC supports the Rainbow Nation Club and wishes all its participants and the country's citizens all the best in promoting meaningful inclusion to empower the powerless by playing their part in all corners of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, ANC. That, honorable members, concludes the member statements. Are there any ministerial responses? We recognize Honorable Nkwinti, Minister of Land Reform.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I really am happy that the Honorable Member has addressed this matter, these projects which are carried out by Mrs. Notumato. These are very, very important projects because she particularly focused on communal land areas. And when she started these projects in the Eastern Cape, we started together. I thought that it was going to be a 9 days wonder. Kodwa waqhubekeka usaqhuba nangoku. Loo nto intle kakhulu, yile nto ndiphakama ndiyaqonda ukuba akungoba kufanelekile ukuba sithule sisazi ukuba abantu abaninzi boyika ukuya communal areas bosebenza khona ngakumbi umuntu ongumama and ikhampani yakhe yeyomama. Kule nyanga sifanele ukuthi simncome kakhulu. Ndiyabulela.
Thank you, Honorable Nkwinti. Honorable Chohan, you are noted. You are recognized, yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. My response pertains to the visa facilitation centers and the tender awarded to VFS. Subsequent ministers of Home Affairs have committed to this House that the department will become a paperless institution. And this is just one such initiative basically pertaining to the application for visas by foreign nationals who wish to come to our country. In relation to the particular tender, we welcome any probe in this regard, and honourable members quite welcome to look into and pose the necessary questions. This is what the honourable member is here for. But just to say that with regard to the reason for us moving in this direction, essentially they relate to efficiencies. We have a manual system prior to our tender in this regard, and the manual system posed huge challenges both for applicants as well as for the administration of those applications. Oftentimes, people would have to apply at the various offices in the country. The applications would have to be submitted through courier services to the head office for adjudication. Many such applications, having been approved, those visas would have to be couriered back to the offices where those applications were made in the first place, only to be lost in the process and lost in transit, etc. This didn't leave anybody very happy, neither the department nor its clients. With the VFS process, we can assure honourable members that our processes are very much more efficient, and secondly, that there are no backlogs in processing those visa applications as we speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Chohan. Deputy Minister Sorke.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Honourable Chairperson, I'd like to respond to two of the statements that have been made. The first is in relation to the provision of, or the partnership in relation to the provision of laboratories. I wish to convey to the House that for the first time in the history of this country, we have an education collaboration trust that has been established with the private sector in order to provide comprehensive support to our learners. This collaboration trust has been established with a view to deal with the challenges that we face in education quite comprehensively. And we do so not on the basis of fragmented interventions, but on the basis of district-wide interventions, which includes resources, infrastructure, and governance. A good example of collaboration is in the provision of mathematics and science textbooks for the grades 10s, 11s, and 12s through the Siyavula Trust or the Shuttleworth Foundation. Every learner in grade 10, 11, and 12 receives the mathematics and science textbooks provided free of charge, whether you're in a quintile 1 or quintile 5 school. Similarly, Cecil Foundation has provided learning support material, which is fully digitized for grades 4, 5, and 6, and we are going to expand it to grades 7, 8, and 9. What we can gather from this is through collaboration and working together, we can indeed provide a better South Africa and promote mathematics, science, and technology. With regard to the other statement that deals with the issue of rape and violence against our women, and particularly our girl learners, I think it's something that we have to take very, very seriously. Yesterday, the ministry has had an opportunity to engage with all heads of department, that is Superintendents General of the 9 provinces in Mpumalanga. Among the priority issues that we identified were indeed the well-being of our learners, particularly our girl learners, given the reality that we are in Women's Month. We certainly do not condone any acts of violence, abuse, or sexual harassment in any form whatsoever. Part of what the department does, in fact, the 3 pillars of our system of education are knowledge, skills, and values and attitude. And part of the values and attitudes is a manifesto of values that has been adopted across all 9 provinces in all schools. And gender equality, tolerance forms part of that particular value system. We also have a girls' education movement and a boys' education movement where boy learners are taught to protect the girl learners, to be the girls' keepers. Perhaps just to conclude, to say that we certainly do not condone any form of abuse or distortion of the religion of Islam. And in South Africa, we certainly, in our schools, we preach religious tolerance, and we take pride in the fact that all religions have a pride of place in our system, and therefore we also express our outrage in terms of what's happening in ISIS or through Boko Haram. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. Any other minister? Honorable Minister Hanekom.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just in response to what the Honourable Member James said about the efforts in various hospitals to ensure that there's a state of readiness to ensure that in the event of any Ebola cases breaking out, that we are ready to deal with those cases, and also commend the Minister of Health for ensuring that this matter is taken very seriously. In respect to its impact on tourism, and acknowledging what the Honourable Member Foss said, with tourism being of such importance to our country, in having seen some reports of cancelled visits to our country, I think the onus, Chairperson, is on all of us to send out the message loudly and clearly that there is no Ebola in South Africa, and that we should avoid any premature scares or even being guilty ourselves of arousing such scares. To quote, Chairperson, what the WHO said, the World Health Organization said as advice to travelers, it states that the risk of a tourist or businessman or woman becoming infected with Ebola during a visit to the affected areas and developing the disease after returning is extremely low, even if the visit included travel to the local areas from which primary cases have been reported. So I think that it's up to us, Chairperson, to send out that message loudly and clearly to people from all countries. There is a tendency to lump Africa as one whole continent, as if we're all equally affected by all diseases. That is not the case. We have to assure travelers from all over the world that South Africa is free of Ebola and that it constitutes no risk to travelers whatsoever. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Hanekom. Oh, thank you, Deputy Minister.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo ngithanda ukuphendula kwi statement esenziwe umphathi usihlalo oyilungu elihloniphekile le UDM. Siyasebenzisana kakhulu nabantu bama-taxi njengoba eshilo nathi siyavumelana naye. Futhi ke kufanele kakhulu sisebenzisane nayo ngoba i-National Household Travel Survey ephume njengamanje ikhombise ukuthi abantu abahamba ngama-taxi bakhuphukile from 59% to 68.8%. Ngakho-ke i-taxi industry is an important stakeholder ku-Department of Transport. Regarding recapitalization program yama-taxi, sizamile kakhulu sakhuphula nemali to 70,000 rand per taxi. And there are many lessons esiwafundile kule program. And that is why siya engage kuyo, si extendile from September to September next year. Siya engage nabantu bama-taxi. And we are believing ukuthi nabo, they will come to the party, basho ukuthi bona bacabanga ukuthi going forward, asibasize kanjani abantu bama-taxi. Kuyisifiso se-government, ukuthi sibone ukuthi siye-empowerisha kanjani i-industry yama-taxi ngoba izithwalela abantu bethu and khona sikufundile ama-taxi amaningi asekahle roadworthy emgaqweni. Siyabonga kakhulu nje.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Chikunga. We have still one more. Thank you. Honorable Minister Mchambi, the last.
Thank you, House Chair. In response to Honorable Faku, it's true welcome the Shefa South Africa for responding to the call by Brand South Africa to get involved in the national domestic campaign, Play Your Part. Play Your Part is aimed at encouraging all South Africans to be active citizens. The campaign was created to inspire, empower, and celebrate the contributions by all South Africans from civil society, government, and non-government organizations to make a positive contribution. Active citizens play a critical role in building our nation and will also drive the implementation of the NDP, including our Vision 2030, which is our blueprint for social and economic development. We therefore urge all South Africans to be part of the movement in building social cohesion and bringing a positive change in our environment and South Africa as a whole, as Shefla South Africa is doing. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister. That concludes the ministerial responses. Now we come to the fourth motion on the order paper. In the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I move that the House notes that the Cuban Five are 5 Cuban men who were charged by the United States government of committing espionage and conspiracy against the United States of America, and as such were imprisoned since the 12th of September 1998. Remembers that the Cuban Five's action were not directed at the United States government and that they did not engage in nor plan any conspiracy against the government, but rather they infiltrated terrorist organizations in Miami who were planning terrorist attacks on Cuba. Further remembers that they did not harm anyone, nor did they possess or use any weapons on their mission, which was simply to protect the people of Cuba from terrorism. Believes that the United States should have worked with the Cuban Five clandestine anti-terrorist operation to prevent criminal acts and to deter terrorism in whatever form and wherever it came from, as it is a growing threat to global stability. Welcomes the release of Reni Gonzalez on the 7th of October 2011 after completing his sentence and his freedom finally being guaranteed in May 2013. And the release of Fernando Gonzalez on the 27th of February 2014, and calls upon the South African government, civil society, and all South Africans to join the world in solidarity with the Cuban Five and actively participate in forums, media, publicity work, marches, and petitions geared at demanding the immediate release and freedom of the remaining members of the Cuban Five, and further calls upon the President of the United States of America to lift the blockade immediately and engage Cuba more positively. I so move.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Whip. I now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
It is usually symbolic and significant that after being released from prison in 1990, one of the first things Nelson Mandela did was visit Cuba to express his admiration and respect for Cuban leader Fidel Castro. Later, Mandela also credited Cuba's military support to Angola in the 1970s and 80s with playing a role in dilapidating South Africa's racist government enough to result in legalizing our party, the African National Congress, in 1990. And Cuba was the first country recognized diplomatically by the ANC government elected in 1994. I'm highlighting this strong bond between both our countries because more than any other nation, South Africans understand what it feels like to be isolated from the rest of the developing world. The ANC understands what it meant to be unjustly labeled, and I quote, a terrorist organization, close quote. And most of our people who fought for the noble cause of freedom know firsthand the cruelty which accompanied being unfairly imprisoned. The African National Congress, since its 51st National Conference in 2002, has been consistent in its resolution of reaffirming its solidarity with Cuba and continues to campaign for the lifting of the US embargo and the release of 5 Cuban nationals who were arrested in September 1998 and convicted of espionage. This year, we unreservedly support the international democratic forces for the unconditional liberation of the Cuban Five from the United States prisons. The 5 Cubans, Gerardo Hernandez, Antonio Guerrero, Roman Lebanino Oñino, Fernando Gonzalez, and Rene Gonzalez were involved in gathering information about Cuban American groups using the US as a base to plan and launch terror attacks against Cuba and its citizens. They were not engaged in any activities which threatened the national security of the US. Serious concerns were raised about whether any of these people have had the full benefit of fundamental human right to a fair and speedy trial before an independent and impartial tribunal or court recognized universally in the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights. At the International Commission of Inquiry into the case of the Cuban Five in March this year, held in London, material concern emerged based on facts such as: 1, all 5 Cuban nationals were placed in solitary confinement for about 17 months before trial began. 2, none of them have had sufficient access to documents relevant to their trial and necessary for the adequate preparation of a defense. 3, the opportunity to consult with their legal representatives was, in all circumstances, less than sufficient. 4, as extra punishment, visitation rights for 2 of their wives were denied, and visa requests for other members of the families were severely restricted. 5, the trial was held in the part of Miami, Florida, where, according to 3 respected judges of the 11th Circuit of the United States Court of Appeals, a fair trial could not be guaranteed. In May 2005, the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention adopted an opinion on the case in which it concluded that the US government had failed to guarantee the Cuban Five a fair trial under Article 14 of the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, a treaty US has ratified. These 5 men were certain of their fate only 8 years after the trial in the district court had been concluded. According to all judgments, not one of these persons either committed or intended to commit any act of violence. No conduct of any of these persons was aimed at the United States of America or its government. The Cuban Five gathered information aimed at preventing privately inspired violence and anti-Cuban action emanating from the United States soil. Two of the members of this group of persons have already served their full sentences, and there can be no prejudice in pardoning them now. The other three persons have, in any event, already served inordinately long prison periods of imprisonment in all relevant circumstances summarized in this statement. This year, 2014, has witnessed numerous actions in support of the campaign for the release of the Cuban Five. Although Rene Gonzalez and Fernando Gonzalez, who had the shortest sentences, were released after serving their terms in October 2011 and February 2014, they did not receive justice, and the others still remain in US jails. Human rights organizations have condemned the unfairness of the trial and the treatment of the families. Amnesty International has described the treatment of the five, and I quote, as both contrary both to the standards of humane treatment of prisoners and a state's obligation to protect the family, close quote. We are comforted and encouraged that the international campaign for freedom and justice for the Cuban Five is supported by world leaders, Nobel Prize winners, religious and human rights groups, lawyers, parliamentarians, trade unionists, writers, academics, and thousands of people across the globe. Just 13 days ago, on August 6, the Jela Foundation in Philadelphia granted Nelson Mandela Award to the Cuban Five. And the granting of this award to the Cuban Five highlighted that this distinction is awarded to those who best exemplify the legacy of Nelson Mandela's struggle. Rene Gonzalez, who accepted the award on behalf of the five men, said that he was honored by this award and called to fight for the real legacy of Mandela's life. In that spirit, he said, and I quote, "We have to keep fighting against injustices that still exist, which are many and brutal, like Israel aggression that is perpetrated these days against the Gaza Strip," close quotes. The ANC shares the call by commissioners of the International Commission of Inquiry into the case of the Cuban Five, one of whom is our own esteemed former Justice Constitutional Court of South Africa, Zakaya Mohammed Yaqub, that in the granting of pardons of these men by the President of the United States is an important to signal that the achievement of fairness and justice is not the preserve of judicial alone of any country, but ultimately a vital political responsibility that must be embraced when the moment comes, close quotes. Further, the unconstitutional, I quote, grant of these pardons will have a significant impact on world justice and world peace, close quotes. As a nation which fought and triumphed against legalized, inhuman, and unjust system of apartheid, we must always remember that we did not do this alone. Our friends across the globe, most notably those who stood with the African National Congress and other liberation movements, gave us the means and courage to continue our fight even when days were dark. Cuba and its people offered South Africans that much needed support in the way of military and academic training. They have and continue to assist thousands of people of the African continent elsewhere in this regard. The Secretary General of the African National Congress best summed up our relationship with the Cuban people as follows, I quote, "Among our people, the protracted Cuban struggle against the US economic blockade is seen as a proud display of unfettered patriotism. We unreservedly support the international democratic forces for unconstitutional liberation of the Cuban Five from the United States prisons. Liberated Cuba has never faltered. Instead, it is growing in stature and proving its enemies wrong," close quotes. The ANC, the democratically elected government and the true representative of the people of South Africa, calls upon the American government to lift the economic blockade of Cuba and allow the Cuban people to freely trade with whomsoever they wish, including the Americans, and develop themselves and their country. I so move.
Thank you, Chief Whip. We now call on the DA, Honorable Mokgalapa.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. This debate comes at a time when there are growing trends on terrorist attacks globally. This trend has led to governments taking tough lines when it comes to national security. This has also brought about breaches of international treaties and conventions as government declares a war on terrorism. Madam Chair, human rights abuses are still rampant 60 years after the Universal Declaration of Human Rights came into existence. We have observed the growing acts of terror attacks in Africa, for example, the Al-Shabaab in Kenya, Boko Haram in Nigeria, Al-Qaeda in Somalia, and instances in Mali. In Europe, Ukraine is under fire due to Russian expansion. The Middle East is burning due to escalation, extremism of terrorist organizations. And as we speak, people are displaced and forced to flee from their homes in Iraq due to religious fundamentalism. International treaties and conventions stipulate that governments act and uphold the ideals relating to the promotion of human rights. According to Amnesty International, which is working with and on behalf of the people at risk of human rights abuses and who are always victims of these crimes, governments need to address long-standing cases of political persecution. For example, in Gambia, the missing journalist Ibrahim Mane, in Iraq, Majid Tavakoli, who was charged after 11 years of unlawful detention, and in China, Liu Xiaobo, an imprisoned Nobel Peace Prize laureate. All these cases indicate the extent to which international human rights law is being contravened. Human rights violations are ongoing in many parts of the world, despite international treaties which are supposed to prevent them. Madam Chair, a further World report from Amnesty International indicates that individuals are still tortured and abused in at least 81 countries. Individuals face unfair trials in at least 54 countries. Individuals are still restricted in their freedom of expression in at least 77 countries. Women and children are continually marginalized. The press is not free in many countries, and dissidents are silenced often permanently. Human rights abuses still plague the world today. Political prisoners across the world still face the challenges in spite of the international treaties and conventions that should protect their human rights. International legal practices require that any citizens deserve a trial free from political prejudice. This is a fundamental principle of international law that should be upheld by all governments in the world, irrespective of circumstances of conflict. International law prescribes that any person should have access to effective legal representation and sound legal counsel to defend himself in a court of law. Anything contrary to this prescription results in arbitrary arrest and denial of access to justice, which is in breach of international conventions. The Cuban Five are not an exception to the rule. In many more around the world face the same fate of the Cuban Five. There is a need for the international community to raise awareness about the persecution of political prisoners around the world and not only the Cuban Five. Each country has its own sovereign rules that must be adhered to and respected. However, there are general sets of requirements that all states should abide by. Many parliaments around the world have been dealing with terrorism and political prisoners, and South Africa is no exception. Madam Chair, the report released by the Human Rights Watch study shows that the Cuban government still continues to use political conformity by methods such as short-term detention, beating of political opponents, and public acts of repudiation. In Africa, the situation is the same. Opposition political parties are arrested, beaten, tortured, and subjected to political prosecution. For example, in Sudan, Mr. Ibrahim al-Shaikh, leader of the opposition of the Sudanese Congress Party, was arrested and is still in detention without trial since June 2014, along with 15 of his members, for just merely questioning the government. In Guinea, the government suppresses the opposition and engages in violent acts against the opposition, destroying property and injuring people, and there are allegations that live ammunition was used in the conflict. In Burundi, opposition leaders are forced to flee to exile because of persecution by the Burundi armed forces. Here in the SADC region, Zimbabwe, Angola, Malawi, Swaziland, Zambia, there are still rampant abuses. This is against the international principles of freedom of assembly and expression. The world cannot sit back and observe while these human rights abuses continue. In conclusion, Madam Chair, international treaties and conventions are universal and should be respected by every country that is a signatory to such agreement. Failure to uphold these conventions will lead to an international world without rules. The only victims of this will be civilians, as proven throughout the many outbreaks of conflict throughout our history. The ordinary citizens are the ones who are always the casualties. Terrorism is a cancer that is busy eating the world and needs to be confronted head-on, but it must be done within the confines of international law and respect for human
Honourable
rights.
Member.
I'm
Honourable,
rising
just
to
take a
ask
seat.
if the honourable member can take a question.
Honourable Member, are you prepared to take a question?
When I'm done.
Okay.
The international community and the UN, as a family of nations, should intervene with the responsibility to protect if sovereign states fail to protect ordinary citizens. Justice must be ensured in an equal and sustainable manner across the world if we are to honor the treaties which we have signed in order to protect our people from these abuses. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Time is up. I can't take your question.
The next speaker is the Honourable Munsemi.
Honorable Chairperson, the EFF is not an organization that simply speaks on matters relating to the oppressed people of the world. It is an organization that is committed to ensuring that the principles of freedom, equality, and justice for all becomes a reality. It would come to us as no surprise that the stance taken by the EFF on matters relating to the Cuban Five do not possess the double standards of business cocktails in Washington that have excluded democratically elected President Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe and President Mohamed Abdel Aziz of the Sahrawi Republic. Like the economic embargo by the US on Cuba to undermine the Cuban Revolution and continues to affect the people of Cuba, so too the ill-intended economic sanctions against Zimbabwe with the intention of effecting regime change. This is a war waged by the United States on the struggle for economic freedom. This is a sure indication that those who dine and dance with Washington conspire equally with the imperialist, capitalist, and exploitative West while they watch the Cuban Five languish in prison. EFF is unapologetically anti-imperialist, anti-capitalist movement committed to the total liberation of all Africans to run our own affairs without interference or prescription from former colonialists. It is the assertion of the economic freedom fighters that the imprisonment of the Cuban Five is a representation of the miscarriage of international justice executed by Washington to ensure that the oppressed and revolutionary peoples of the world never enjoy equality and freedom for as long as access to sovereignty and resources are restricted to the West. Terrorism and acts of international war have been witnessed by Washington's continued infiltration of Africa. We saw that with the murder of our beloved brother Muammar Gaddafi and the continued massacre of the people of Palestine, as business relations with Israel by both Washington and South Africa remain uncompromised. It is no wonder that all we have seen is talk and no action regarding the illegal arrest of the Cuban Five, whose only crime was to defend Cubans from terrorist acts and any further onslaught of the Cuban people, and threats to Cuba's sovereignty. The same terrorism of which the Cuban Five has been accused have resulted in the deaths of thousands of Cubans and leaving many injured as a result of American terrorism. US-based terrorist organizations such as Commandos F4, Brothers to the Rescue, Cuban American National Foundation's Armed Wing, and individuals like Luis Carriles today walk free, having operated with complete immunity from within the United States to attack Cuba, with the knowledge and support of the FBI and the CIA. This is the Washington that our government runs to when summoned. American terrorists walk free, while Gerardo Hernandez, Antonio Guerrera, Ramon Labinino, Fernando Gonzalez, and Rene Gonzalez have been wrongfully accused, unjustly imprisoned, and arrested for not harming a single person. The unjust system of the US ensured the continued incarceration of the Cuban Five, with only Rene and Fernando Gonzalez having been released since their imprisonment. The horrific challenges faced by the Cuban Five can be best told by their families who have been denied visas for visitation. This is an atrocity of arbitrary detention that can only be justified by the US for its constant infiltration and interference in the affairs of nations, and particularly of those out of its control. Like the EFF's rejection of the African Command that continues to militarize Africa, so too was the stance of Cuba on US organizations, in particular the United States Southern Command, aimed at undermining the Cuban Revolution. The EFF rejects the notion of states' entitlement to use all revolutionary means possible to protect its national interest is only the prerogative of the United States. The EF will ensure that the fight for the Cuban Five is fought and won, and is a representation of the struggles of the oppressed peoples of the world to end superexploitation and capitalist greed by protecting the interest of resource-rich nations and ensuring the fight for economic freedom in our lifetime is a reality. The assistance that Cuba has given South Africa has been immense during the decades of struggle for political liberation, and without the intervention of Cuba, South Africa would not have achieved political freedom.
Honourable Member,
it is our obligation to
your
the Cuban
time is now
people
expired.
that we repay their commitment to internationalism and contribution to the struggles of the African continent.
Honourable Member,
The
your
lack
time
of-
is expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is the Honourable Wanko.
Honorable Chairperson, since 2001, the men known as Cuban Five have been incarcerated in America after being accused of committing espionage against the government of the United States. Since then, only one prisoner has been released and is now back home, and we, as the IFP, call on the United States government to adhere to the 2005 UN ruling that their arrest and imprisonment was not only arbitrary, but also in violation of international law. US-Cuban relations have been thorny for a very long time, and this has resulted in strained talks on many issues, including trade, immigration, and political ideologies. The arrest and imprisonment of Cuban Five has even been described as a political prosecution, having nothing to do with actual empirical evidence and more to do with prejudicial issues. In 2005, their convictions were even overturned and a new trial ordered. However, the US government appealed that decision and their convictions were reinstated. Over 15 years have passed and 4 of the 5 still remain behind bars. Despite calls from many parliamentarians around the world, the US still refuses to release them. We call on the government to set these men free and send them home to their families. This would send a message to the Cuban government that the US is ready to work with and not against them. This may pave the way for talks on trade and other important regional issues to be discussed, while hopefully bridging the political and ideological gap that exists between these two countries. These men have been punished enough, and we ask the United States to hear the calls of not only the international community, but also their own people, which include those of Cuban descent. This issue has dragged on long enough and must be resolved. The men must be sent home. Their unjust imprisonment will continue to be one of the many stumbling blocks to peaceful diplomatic relations between the two nations. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Let me start by saying I'm a little bit surprised and confused because I had my honourable colleague from the DA talk about terrorism all over, yet this terrorist activities has been taking place in Cuba, orchestrated in America, and he forgets about that one. The National Freedom Party at the very outset expresses its full support to the Cuban Five, whose only mission was to observe and prevent violent terrorist attacks against Cuba, which was orchestrated from America. Now, is that not strange, honorable members, that America, who says they're in the forefront of trying to fight terrorism, allows terrorism to be conducted right in their country and do absolutely nothing about it? Honorable Chairperson, this is another example of power and control that the United States of America wants over the rest of the world. The detention of Cubans in solitary confinement, the failure to ensure that the trial was free and fair, the failure by the United States government to ensure that detainees' family members had the opportunity to visit them, in addition to the United States government paying journalists, resulting in inflammatory statements being made by these media houses, must be condemned with the contempt it deserves. I would rather not comment. I would rather not. The difference with the opposition is you only would want to say what you want to say and hear what you want to hear. Maybe you should spend more time. Maybe you should spend more time here productive, proactive, and delivering to the people of South Africa than rather fighting each other. Thank you. Honorable Chairperson.
Order, honorable members.
Honorable Chairperson, while the National Freedom Party welcomes the release of the two Cuban nationals, we call on South African government and all governments throughout the globe to come together in demanding the release of the remaining innocent Cubans and ensure that all nationals are treated equally and with dignity and with respect. We call on the United States to engage with Cuba in diplomatic discussions in the interest of peace and security. The National Freedom Party therefore calls on all to stand together united in demanding the release of these people and ensuring that no country that claims to be super powerful will have such control over any other part
Honorable
of the
member,
country
your time is
to
now
the
expired.
extent that they will persecute people. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member, unfortunately, you will have to pass through the Democratic Alliance to get back to your seat.
Yeah, thank you.
Order, honorable members. Order. The next speaker is the Honorable Fultane.
Honorable Speaker and members, the United Democratic Movement believes in productive engagement with all the people of the world in order to improve prospects for peace, cultural enrichment, as well as economic well-being of the people, both here at home as well as anywhere else in the world. That's our basic position. Further, we strongly believe in the vital importance of the United Nations and its constituent bodies, that they should create a new world order in order to meet the aspirations of humankind. A new world order that recognizes all member states equally, not what is currently happening, not what is currently prevailing, where there are member states who enjoy more power than others and therefore tend to bully, as we're having as a case with the United States. In this regard, the UDM will enthusiastically support the United Nations as well as its agencies and will fully move for full cooperation with such bodies in pursuit of a regional as well as a world peace, as well as the total elimination of social, economic inequalities, as well as the eradication of human rights violations. These are social ills that continue to plague our society, as we can see in the case of the 4 remaining detainees. Our international relations must foster for the prospect for and the promotion of universal human rights, justice, and democracy. We expect our international department to move in that direction. Accordingly, UDM supports and joins the over 350 communities that have been established throughout the world demanding the immediate freedom of the four. We hope Rene is really free and enjoying his freedom with his family and the people of Cuba. Excuse me. This is further made urgent by the decision of the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detentions, whose 5 judges ruled in May 2005 that there were irregularities in the Five's trial, effectively denying them fair trial. The working group, in its only decision regarding a trial in the States, calls for the United States government to remedy the injustice. We believe that their freedom will not depend only on the arduous work of their legal team, but just as importantly, on the public support, and this is why we are here, including that of this House, representing the citizens of our country. Our resolution here today will add to many other parliamentarians of the world, including those from Britain, Italy, Europe, and Latin America. We also call on the government of the states to lead by example on democracy and the fight against the violation of human rights. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I now call upon the Honourable Masango.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm singularly honored and privileged to join the debate on calling for the immediate release and freedom of the remaining 3 of the Cuban Five, as well as the lifting of the economic, commercial, and financial embargo imposed by the United States against Cuba. There is no gainsaying that the Cuban government contributed immensely towards our own freedom and democracy before 1994. Cuba used the United Nations Organization's platform, the Non-Aligned Movement, as well as the International Socialist League, and many other international fora, not just to call for the immediate release of President Nelson Mandela and other political prisoners, but also for an end to the vexatious system of apartheid. South Africa entered into full diplomatic relations with Cuba on the 11th May 1994. Cuba continues to assist in the human resource development of South Africa and the African continent in general through the African Union. There are hundreds of students who have been sent to Cuba to study towards the medical professional career, and Cuba has sent their own medical practitioners to South Africa, most of whom work in the rural areas. As honorable members would be aware, doctors trained in Cuba have a good and positive orientation towards working with rural people in the rural areas, and in South Africa, there is a great need to deploy more doctors in the rural area. Honorable Speaker or Chair, let us also accentuate the fact that Cuba has deployed its best engineers to assist in the built industry in South Africa and in the whole African continent. So it means that Cuba is still in partnership with us in the reconstruction and development of the African continent. The Cuban Five are highly regarded Cuban heroes who are seen to be defenders of Cuba's national sovereignty. They are unjustly imprisoned in the United States after being arrested by the FBI on the 12th of September 1998. Now, I was surprised that the Honorable Mukhalapa of the DA spoke about terrorism generally and spoke about human rights violation everywhere else in the world, in the continent, everywhere else. And I think it is unfair to link the Cuban Five or the Cuban Three, yes, the Cuban Five, with general terrorism, with human rights violation. They have nothing to do with that. In this debate, we are focused, we are pointed, we want the immediate release of the Cuban Five. Let it be remembered that Fernando Gonzalez and Hernandez Nordelo were part of the internationalist Cuban brigade that fought to preserve Angola's independence against the invading South African apartheid forces in 1989-1988. These combined Cuban, MPLA, SWAPO, and MK forces inflicted a shattering and an ignominious defeat to the then apartheid South African Defense Force. It is our considered view that the continued incarceration of the Cuban Five, presently 3 in the US prisons, is a gross violation of their human rights. It is also immoral to continue to hold them in prison against a legal opinion expressed by the UN 5 working group judges. We have also noted that over many years, the wives and children of some of these prisoners were not allowed entry into the United States by the US authorities. I hope that the USA itself is fully aware that this practice is a blight to its own human rights credentials. As we know, the USA produced human rights activists such as the late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, and Rosa Parks, and many other civil rights activists who would have joined the international community for the immediate release of the remaining 3 of the Cuban Five. With regard to the blockade, we accordingly call upon the US government to lift the economic, commercial, financial embargo it imposed on Cuba over the last 50 years. As a highly respected member of the United Nations, the USA should comply with the UN Resolution 67-4 entitled, I quote, necessity of ending the economic, commercial, and financial blockade imposed by the United States of America against Cuba, unquote. The economic blockade of Cuba has not only crippled its possibilities for development and economic growth in general, but also violates its territorial and sovereign integrity. The economic blockade is indeed very bad for Cuba. As a result, the Zuma presidency has explored alternative commercial and cooperative ventures with countries like Bolivia, Cuba, and Venezuela. In February 2012, for example, South Africa extended a 350 million Cuban assistance package agreement, including credit lines to stimulate greater bilateral trade. Cabinet saw this gesture as a reciprocation effort and a modest contribution by South Africa, given the massive assistance and sacrifice by Cubans for South Africa's liberation and post-apartheid human resource development program, which has been noted. Parliament approved the agreement for ratification at the end of 2012. Because politically, this agreement is the first of its kind that South Africa signed with any of its partners, the cabinet should be applauded for this. Sadly, this assistance chairperson has not been able to reach Cuba because there are no channels through which this assistance package can be delivered to Cuba because of the financial embargo. This aid initiative appears motivated less by narrow commercial gains and more by solidarity with the Cuban people for their decades-long support for the anti-apartheid struggle. The ANC has always called for the creation of a humane, equitable, and just world order. We believe that the United States has a sufficiently big heart to be magnanimous in its approach to Cuba. After all, the erstwhile Cold War tensions have long ended. Our position as Parliament should be that it is immoral, unfair, and undesirable to continue to incarcerate the remaining 3 of the Cuban Five and to continue to impose the trade embargo on Cuba. We believe, as I conclude, that the USA government should not ignore the call made by the International Committee for the Freedom of the Cuban Five. Hundreds of parliamentarians in the whole world, including Britain, Italy, Latin American parliaments, European Union parliaments, non-aligned movements, the African Union, Friends of Cuba, South Africa, and the 47 communist parties who met in Sao Paulo on the 23rd November 2008 to make this call. We welcome the release of the 2 of the Cuban Five. As I conclude, I recommend that this House, inspired by moral and human rights considerations for the Cubans, pass a resolution. 1, that Parliament pass a resolution calling for the immediate release of the remaining 3 of the Cuban Five. 2, that our government persuades the US government to lift economic, trade, and financial embargo against Cuba as per the UN 67 General Assembly resolution. 3, that Parliament supports government efforts to increase trade between South Africa and Cuba. 4, that Parliament supports the program of training medical professionals or doctors from South Africa in Cuba. And therefore, I want to say to Honorable Maimane that uyabona ke manje ukuthi Honorable Maimane i-ANC iyafana. You of the Isafani fame. I-ANC kaMandela, i-ANC kaMbeki, i-ANC kaZuma beyilwela ukuthi kukhululwe labashoko belezi zinkutani inkakaramba lezi ze-Cuba ezilapha ezibotshwe lapha e-America. And i-DA nayo isafana. I-DA kaTony Leon ne-DA kaHelen Zille ayitsho lutho ichinga lena lena kufanele ijoin umhlaba wonke lo ukuthi akuchapululwe lezi nkutani inkakaramba ze-Cuba. So i-DA isafana, i-ANC isafana ngokulwela lezi nkakaramba ukuthi ziphume. That's why inratho lezi ezihlanu ziphumile ngiyathokoza.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Carter.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Cold War ended with the fall of the Berlin Wall, and although tensions between Russia and the West are once again rising, people of good conscience should do the right thing to normalize preciously strained relationships. Like the hundreds or more British MPs who on March 6th of this year united across the political divide to ask for the release of the Cuban anti-terrorist fighters languished in prison in the United States since 1998, the so-called Cuban Five, we too should join the good cause for a good purpose. The idea of an all-party group is a very good idea and one deserving of emulation in our country. By all accounts, the Cuban Five were attempting to stop terrorist actions against Cuba by militant Cubans in the USA opposed to Castro. The case of the Cuban Five is strongly mirrored in the politics of 20 years ago. In view of a new rapprochement and the changing geopolitical circumstances, there is great merit for the remaining four to get their freedom. Their release will lay the foundation of better neighborliness and makes for an infinitely better tomorrow. There were many in our country and abroad who supported the release of our late beloved President Nelson Mandela. His release triggered a change for the good that reverberates throughout the world. Doing the right thing for the right reason and the right time exponentially improves the benefits inherent in such decision. World sentiments in support of the Cuban prisoners is growing, and we wish to add our voice to the call. Let us emulate the British MPs and collectively sign a petition for the immediate release. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Gallo.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The African Independent Congress fully supports the struggle by the National Committee to free the Cuban Five. It is because of the fact that the Cuban Five were wrongly accused, unjustly convicted. These men who prevented terrorism do not belong in prison. Reporters for hire. According to the evidence revealed by the National Committee, at the press conference held in June 2, 2010, at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., indicated that the US government covertly paid tens of thousands of dollars to Miami journalists working for major media outlets in the world. This is a clear indication that the Western imperialists cannot be trusted in any respect. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, the AIC will mobilize its members and supporters to sign a petition to President Barack Obama to free the Cuban Five with immediate effect. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Kalyan.
House Chairperson. The DA is not entirely surprised at this resolution because the ANC is well known for its affinity to anything Cuban, especially Cuban cigars and Cuban rum. Now, while we can discuss the merits of the Cuban Five case at length and how the Cuban Five were arrested, tried, and sentenced on allegations of terrorism, let's look at the new kind of terrorism at play in Africa. And this is the terrorism on women and children. The abduction of children in Nigeria by Boko Haram is but one example. Why have we not debated that issue? What interaction has South Africa had with Nigeria on this issue? It is frightening to think of what these girls are going through. South Africa currently has no legislation for the criminalization of hate crimes. On the 9th of September 2013, the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender task team met, and during that meeting, the Deputy Minister of Justice, Honorable John Jeffries, said that a bill on hate crimes will be tabled in 2014. In the meantime, the incidence of corrective rape is escalating, as is the brutality of the act itself. On Friday, the 15th of August, Gift Makau was raped, strangled with a wire and shoelace, and a hosepipe shoved down her mouth into her stomach. In this month of celebrating women, why are we not focusing on urgent solutions to address this terror on women and children?
Honorable Kalyan, will you just take your seat, please? Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Chairperson, the rules provide very clearly that in a debate, a speaker is obliged to speak on in a manner that is relevant to the topic under discussion. It appears as if there is no sense of or any relationship.
Order, Honorable Members.
It appears as if there's absolutely no relationship between the subject matter under discussion and what the Honourable Member is addressing. And therefore, I urge the Honourable Chair to draw her attention to it.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. Honourable House Chair, the resolution talks about human rights. The Honourable Kalyan is addressing herself to human rights. Just because they're not the human rights of the Cuban Five does not in any way diminish the debate.
Honourable Member, that is not a point of order because I was still going to rule on that matter and you make a ruling instead. Thank you for the assistance, but it is not helpful at this stage. Honourable Kalyan, continue with your speech in line with the topic, please.
Chairperson, South Africa is an affiliate of the Inter-Parliamentary Union. Why do we not discuss the IPU Human Rights Committee report on the imprisonment of mainly opposition MPs? The main thrust of this resolution is the violation of human rights. Well, let's talk about human rights. The Human Rights Watch report states that Cuba remains the only country in Latin America that represses virtually all forms of political dissent. Raul Castro continues to enforce political conformity using short-term detentions, beatings, public acts of repudiation, travel restrictions, and forced exile. Why does the resolution not talk to the horrific situation of political prisoners in Cuba and call on Castro to do the right thing and allow freedom of expression, as well as call for the release of political prisoners in Cuba? Let's talk about human rights. Human rights of gay and lesbian peoples in Uganda were recently trampled upon by the passing of archaic legislation. What was South Africa's response? It said it took note of these developments and would seek clarification. Well, what's that? It's a nothing response. Thank goodness the bill was declared invalid on the grounds that there was not a quorum in the House at the time of the vote, which begs the question, why was there no quorum? Well, the Ugandan MPs voted with their feet, that's why. In June 2014, 3 Al Jazeera journalists were found guilty and imprisoned on charges of aiding the Muslim Brotherhood.
House Chair.
Al Jazeera's MD said,
Honorable Kalyan, let me just take the point from the honorable member. Yes, honorable member.
Can the member take a question on the Cuban Five?
Honorable member, are you prepared to take a question on the Cuban Five?
no.
The
But
member is
thank you
not
for
prepared
asking.
to.
Al Jazeera's MD said that his colleagues were sentenced despite not a shred of evidence found to support the extraordinary and false charges against them. Why are we silent on that issue? I am in no way demeaning the plight of the Cuban Five. It must be extremely heartbreaking for the wives not to visit their loved ones because they have been denied visas to the US. Honorable Sheikh Iman's response and attack on the Honorable Makhalapa is quite amusing. He's become the ANC's praise singer today, and I tell you, if I closed my eyes, I would have thought that the Honorable Bula from the MF was addressing us. But Chairperson, the work of our Parliament is to address the plight and issues of South Africans first. We should be prioritizing the wave of
Point of order.
terrorism that's threatening our country.
Honorable Kalyan, let me just take this point from the honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable
What is
Chair.
the point of order, honorable member?
My point of order is that the honorable member is actually very, very clearly questioning my integrity when she says when she makes a statement of the nature, and that seems to be a statement from the DA at large only because
Honorable
you
member,
don't actually agree with them.
Honorable member, take your seat, please.
Thank
Continue,
you.
honorable member.
Chairperson, as I was saying, aspiration 3 of the 2063 agenda emphasizes an Africa of good governance, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. Let's get that right before we busy ourselves with the Cuban Five issue.
Thank you, honorable member. The next speaker is the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
All freedom-loving South Africans represented within parties in this House must take note of the speakers in this House on this debate in particular, who mouth platitudes of freedom while they steadfastly refuse to make one simple call. We are not expecting you to say anything or do anything. Just make the call for people to be freed. All over the world, when we were in detention, other than yourselves, South Africans and other people in the world made a call for us to be freed. Every day you tell us how much you love Mandela. But how many of you were on the other side when he was in detention and in prison? Exactly today. At some point, when Cuba is free eventually, some of you will love those cigars you talk about. We are not applying for cigars. We are applying for the freedom of the Cubans from the American prisons. Can I tell you why you think it's free democracy to refuse to call for the freedom of the Cuban Five? Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Honorable members, I stood on this podium and reminded you all that Mrs. Honorable Zille, the leader of the DA, has written an article indicating in that article that she met in 2010 with Henry Kissinger. And in that meeting, Henry Kissinger praised the DA for a internationally significant project that they are running in South Africa, where everywhere else in the world, other people are struggling. You know why? We give them the space to speak their mind and do whatever within the law. Today, we're asking them for a simple call to free the Cuban Five. Guess what? They refrain because they want to please their masters in America. When Comrade Bula used to stand on this podium and agreed with the African National Congress, guess what? These members of the DA used to say to him he was applying for a seat in the ranks of the African National Congress. Guess where is Honorable Bula today? Today is a sheikh. You think that he's applying for a job simply because he agrees with us. Are you going to say the AIC is applying for a position? Are you going to say the EFF is applying for the position? What position are you applying for? Can I ask the House to go through the points that have been raised by Honorable Masango and agree for the passing of this resolution? And I ask of the Speaker to make sure that a delegation from this House goes to meet the ambassador of Cuba first and deliver this resolution. But talk to our government to move beyond just this resolution to make sure that the Cuban Five are free. Friendship with America is not for sale, and we are not buying it. We want the freedom of the Cuban Five. That's all we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable members, that concludes the debate. I will now put the motion. Are there any objections? There are objections. I put the question. Those in favor will say aye. And those against will say no. I think the ayes have it.
House Chairperson, will you note the abstention of the Democratic Alliance?
I note the objection of the Democratic Alliance, or abstention. Order, honorable members. Honorable members. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, the motion is therefore agreed to. And I'll convey to the Speaker the sentiments as expressed by the Honorable Chief Whip. I now ask the Secretary to read the first and second orders of the day.
Consideration of request for approval by Parliament of Annex 14 of the International Convention for the Prevention of Marine Pollution from Ships, MARPOL 73-78, in terms of Section 231(2) of Constitution. Consideration of request for approval by Parliament of Annex 6 of the International Convention for the Prevention of Marine Pollution from Ships, MARPOL 73-78, in terms of Section 231 of Constitution.
Honorable members, I'm told that the chairperson of the committee, the Honorable Magatsi, will introduce the report. I invite the honorable member to the podium. Are you going to do it from there, honorable member? The honorable member prefers to do it from the podium.
Viva wena. Thank you very much, House Chair. The African National Congress in its 53rd conference in Mangaung stated, and I quote, "Climate change has a negative economic and social impact on the lives of the people and in particular, the most vulnerable." The resolution noted further that we hosted the WSSD and COP17 to contribute towards a just and fair world that protects its environment and promotes sustainability. The President of the Republic, Honorable JZ Zuma, launched Operation Pakisa project, which will open avenues to greater economic benefits in the marine sector, especially with regard to, amongst others, shipbuilding and repairs. and create the much-needed green and blue economic jobs. The committee, having engaged and interacted with the department, believes that in line with the 53rd Conference resolution, the Annex 4 and 6 of MARPOL Convention will go a long way in contributing towards this ideal by the President of the Republic. In 1984, the government adopted the MARPOL Convention 73/78 annexures with the exclusion of Annexure 4 and Annexure 6. It is within this context that the Committee on Transport requests Parliament to adopt Annexure 4 and Annexure 6. Annexure 4 talks to the discharge of sewage from ship. This refers to urinals, to medicinal waste, to the drainage of live animals, and other related matters that can be able to pollute our waters. This annex demands that the ship must drain the waste at the waste designated areas at the port terminals. It also requires that there must be a survey and inspection done regularly on the ships as they arrive at the port. Annexure 6 deals with the prevention of pollution by air from ship. This annexure sets the limit to the emission of sulfur and nitrogen oxides from the exhaust of the ships. It also allows the port to have designated emission areas in every other port in South Africa. We believe that if the House so approves these annexures as tabled, it will assist the government of the Republic to make maximum benefit economically, but also to protect our environment, to protect the climate changes as we're experiencing them, but to go a long way in terms of job creations. So we therefore, as a committee, request the House to approve the annexes as tabled before this House. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, are there any objections to the approval of Annex 4 and 6 of the International Convention for the Prevention of Marine Pollution from Ships as it appears on the order paper? No objections, agreed to. Honourable Members, that concludes the business for the day and the House is adjourned.